Oh, I'm getting my headsets to work. How are you doing? Candace, you asked me a question on email.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm trying to get my headsets.
I just want to make
There we
sure
go.
my,
Wait, let me see. Good, it's connected. Okay. And are you planning on buying it from scratch? Like it's a new computer, or is it someone's?
no, it's my existing computer.
It's your what?
It's my existing computer. I want
It's your
to,
existing computer. Oh, I thought you said you were going to buy one. That's what I was like. Because
well,
I would say that to buy one, it's old, older, not
yeah,
older.
right. Well,
It's an
I want to know if buying Adobe makes sense for my existing computer.
yeah. I'm from what I saw, because you have a lot of RAM. It's okay. It's a i5. It would be better if it were i7, but it should be fine ish. I'm going to send you to a link. I hope I can find it, to someone who is really clear about the specs that you need. If you were to buy a new one, that doesn't mean it doesn't work. But what matters now with Adobe, especially with Photoshop, is the graphics card. And I'm not sure what graphics card you have, because that's the one that kind of gives up the ghost. It used to be that RAM was so important. I mean, RAM is so important, but you have more than the basic RAM. So there's a site that I go to that talks about the texts that Adobe needs. Would you mind sending me another email saying there you told me about a site, so that it's crazy, you guys. The last week of class, today is the last day. You have no idea. Attendance, grading, meetings, finalizing. So if I don't answer you the next couple of days, can you ask me again next Monday? Because then life will be, today or next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, because I still have a ton of meetings on Monday. Next Tuesday, I'll be like done. So I can actually focus on other stuff, because right now it might just fall down through all of the through not the drain, but how do you call it? Filter down through all the.
I understood.
I don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Do you want me to email you today as well, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, go ahead and follow up today anyway, because sometimes if you know how procrastination works, that might be a time to go, oh, I have so much to do, but let me answer Candace's email. but if I don't answer, because I have to prepare beyond all school, the house for Christmas. People are coming, and
No problem.
my husband decided to have a party tomorrow, on top
Oh,
of it being final day of school today. So anyway, what I'm saying is sometimes I prefer to do something instead of another when I'm avoiding something, and I might get it to you today. Otherwise, email me next week.
okay. I'll send you an email today. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not like getting houses ready for parties. And then I have an awesome time and a great party, but
I don't think anybody likes getting their house ready for
I hide. I hide behind the computer. I'm too busy. I'm too busy. And everything is chaos behind me. So anyway, all right. Well, hello.
Hey.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. Nice to see you. And I love your hat. I might need to go get mine, because I was freezing again, and then my husband just managed to. It turns out that my little local heater, something with a plug, I turn it on and it turns off by the time I notice it. I'm in the middle of class. So he put another one here. I might not be boiling in the next, 20 minutes or so. Otherwise, I'm going to go grab my Santa hat, which has just come out of the attic. All right. Good. Today's our last class, and oh, I didn't do it. Hold on. I thought I had it set up. Maybe I have it in the other. I just wanted to show you really quickly, because I had them all set up. I thought I had them all set up. Yes, I do. My there you go. that's all I need to share. And here we go. So I was trying to share this, which is the classes that I'll be teaching in spring. And for those of you who are Mac people and who need support with everything else to do with your Mac, or even all of your file management and stuff that you begin to need more of when you are handling lots of files for projects and stuff, that would be great. And they're not really levels, they're wrongly named. It's more like I teach a different thing in each one. So, going through all of them gives you a round. And then people who want to know how to deal with photos and videos on their Mac, that's living the iLife. So that's that kind of stuff. But for you guys, if you're more interested in the whole digital side of things, digital design kind of things, then I'm going to have a digital design techniques. And then these only happen once a year, a digital newsletter and a digital magazine. Okay, so this is kind of the only time of year we go a little bit deeper into the whole layout and creation of final projects. And then I'm going to have 3 types of Photoshop. 2 of the regular type of Photoshop, but one's in the morning on Friday mornings, 1 is at night. And for that one, for the first time in years, I will be in person because it's a high flex, meaning that I will teach this class. I'll be at the Wake Center, people who want to come in person, and then people who want to stay online can be online. And I've been teaching a lot of classes that way, but these I've been doing only online, but this is the first time I'll be doing Photoshop kind of in place. And then I'll be doing all the web classes, Photoshop for web design, web coding, responsive web design. So there's a lot coming out. I'm going to be sending a letter out, but registration opened on the 12th, a few days ago. And I just haven't sent anything out yet because, last week of class. So hopefully if you have any questions about anyone in particular, otherwise I'm hoping to send it along soon. And why am I not? I had it all set up for class this morning. And it looks like I need to sign in again. All right. Where's my phone for the code? 754. Give me a second because I need to put the code in here. 754070. Did you all get, in fact, there's not a single guy here today. Sometimes there's a bit of each, but did you all get the email with some files that I asked you to download? And by the way, Shelly, I totally got it. Yeah, I got your email, and yeah, same thing. Don't worry. I was just complaining about the heater again. So yeah, we're on the same page. As far as getting your work done, which was another part of her question, I was just talking about this too, that I need to deal with all the grading, attendance, and closing up the classes, but the grades themselves aren't due until Tuesday night. So if you have to catch up on work or things like that you want to put in here, please do so. Yeah, so there's just so much other stuff I need to do that don't worry about. You have the weekend, you have a couple more days to do the work that needs to be done. All right, so and then in here what I'm showing is that some people did some extra stuff. Saul is never here at the beginning, and this is when I want to show a bit of what he does, but he's not around. I want to have some questions for him. He always shows up a little bit later. Maria and Moni and Vera have been working on their rockets, and together with some people who worked on it the other day. Where were the rockets from the other day? Daniel had done his rockets. Anyway, there was a couple more people who had done the rockets. I'm finding them. So well done. Here we have virtually indistinguishable, really nicely done
not
here.
Quite. When you make them big, then you can see the differences.
Well, no, but I mean, you really, I mean, yeah, there's a few, but basically the skills to figure out how to get the gradients on both sides, to get the gradients there, to get your gradients in there, the shapes, the positioning. I mean, yeah, if there's a mini difference, who cares? You are welcome to be even a little bit full of fancy, but to demonstrate the skills and look at your nice layers. Every little thing is grouped. It's like beautiful, beautiful. This is a masterful. And how many times have you taken this class? Is this your second? Or your
I don't know,
third?
second or third, because it's January is going
Because
to
you've
be
done
1 year. So
So maybe this
1
is
year
what
of
it
doing
takes,
everything.
guys. In case you're wondering whether to take the class again or not. It just you things that you hear for the first time begin to gel, and then you can just play right with the stuff. So wonderful. Maria, whose class is the first time, still made a beautiful job here.
Horrible, my fire. I don't know how to do that. So I improved.
I thought that was
No,
cute.
but you know, what I actually thought is really cute too. And yes, maybe it looks like a little octopus is catching a ride versus a
Yeah.
fire, but it's very cute. The whole point isn't to get it perfect. The whole point isn't to make a rocket like Moni's. The whole point is to give it a try and then to be able to say, okay, I need some help with this, I need some help with that. I can see that that this is missing, that is not missing. So wonderful. It's great attempt. And yes, if you have any particular questions about how to do certain things, I can wonderfully help you. Now, this in particular, since that's the only thing you mentioned, this one is easy to do as a combination of 2 or 3 little ovals. Like that, you make a tippy oval, 2 or 3 tippy ovals, and then you join them, and then you get a bit that sharper shape. But you can make the fire any which way you want. I'm not saying it has to be done like this, but if you were trying to do this, you can also use your curvature tool, and then you click there, you click here, you click there, you click here, but then you have to double click to make the tip be a straight angle, you know what I mean? So that you get it sharp. And when you get to the 3 little tips, otherwise it'll be 3 little big loops. But then if you double click the anchor on the tip, you'll get it to go right? So you can either start.
Thing? Sorry, the
What's
black
that?
thing, I don't know how to do that. The black thing?
This
in
thing?
the end, yeah, and I don't have idea.
Yeah. So guys, this is thanks for asking. This is great. This is another example of sometimes it's easy to build it, and sometimes it's just from scratch, and sometimes it's easy to create it from shapes that need to be so let me just as a quick, since that's something you're asking, let me just throw it out here. I think I've shown you 2 ways to oh, I guess this is the big one, is what we had before. 2 ways to build things. One was to really, well, a few more than 2 ways to build. One was to actually create something, and write and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, only one clicked to join at the end. And then to fill it with black, right? So that could be one way to have created that kind of thing.
And just overlap, right?
What's that?
Just overlap?
Yeah, and just overlap it. So that could be kind of that shape. But don't forget the power of also creating a shape, right? And this is the one that people mostly forget. And that's why I want to remind you this one, because for this one, that was easy to draw it out, right? But if it's a more complicated shape, don't forget the power of drawing something out, then drawing a different shape, right? So say that I want to get a little angle here. I can give this, sorry, another little rectangle, right? And then I can give it another color so you can see what I'm doing, bright red. And this I will then put over here. Right. And then I can put another one of these, right? Over here, I flip it, or I give it the other. If I actually flip it, then it'll have exactly the same angle, right? And then I select all 3 things. Imagine when you're getting to more complicated shapes, this is sometimes a much better way. And then you grab your shape builder tool, you hold down your negatives and you take away, and there you go. So, those are 2 ways of the ways that I've taught you where you could come up with that kind of shape, either by building it or by subtracting parts and pieces to end up with that kind of a shape, right? And so it's just options that you have. And then I don't know, maybe I put the angles have been too much or whatever, but so let me go back to this. Oh, I did it opposite. The angle was upwards instead of downwards.
That's
There you
okay.
go, right? So you get that kind of thing. And then the same with this, you can build one shape and another and then just join them and then you get that little wing, right? For all, you know, so just about anything that has a different shape. These are 4 or 5 little bubbles that then you just join, right? And then to cut it straight in the bottom, you just put a rectangle on the bottom circles and then you just delete it. So back one more time. So and this is because I would love it if you guys all kind of work on this a little bit more. So those of you who haven't attempted it. So say that you put 2 or 3 little bubbles together, and I'm just doing it really quickly. And these are your, let me fill them with a color that's not with blue because black clouds don't look very good. And white would hide behind this thing. So say that this is these are them, right? And so you join them first. You have one shape. And then you grab a rectangle. You do something like that. Maybe a little bit higher up. Well, I didn't do a very good job of making those clouds look like clouds, but maybe another little like there. The clouds, I guess, don't do that, you know. So anyway, and then I'll select it all. And then I'll grab that tool again, join the pieces that are going to be clouds if I haven't done yet, and then just take away. And now I'm using the same tool, okay? But I'm using the minus version. So I'm holding on to the Option key. And I'm going to get rid of all that. And there you go. Suddenly there's my cloud. Okay, so this, especially when it's a perfect circle, this might be easier to accomplish than to try to draw this one out with the tool, right? So sometimes one version is easier than the other depending on the choice of what you're doing. And so yeah, let's go back here to this one. So that's how all of these get done, right? That little kind of stuff. Stars are stars. You have the tool. So yeah, those would be the shape. And then for this little shape, the same thing. You can make a shape and then just cut out the part you don't need. Or this one might be easy to just build, to go click, 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 and you got it. And then it would be square in the bottom, but you hide it underneath this one. So you don't need to give it the perfect curve because the whole rest of it just hides under the white piece, right? So anyway, nicely done. And Vera, there you go. I know you're working on it, and see how she's working on 3 ovals to start with the flame. So this, once you join them, right, would end up being a good, where's the original? I think the bottom of yours is the original here. Right now, they just look like 3 ovals, but once they get joined, they'll have this effect, okay? So this is a good start to getting the long tip, the short tip, and the long tip. Once you join them and cut the bottom out, there you go. That's what you'll end up with, okay? And then, yeah, so good job. Who else? This is the exercise we did today with clipping masks. So I forgot to see who it was. Oh, Vera. Okay, thank you. I was like, I don't see the name here. Who did it? That's great. And be aware that we know what it is, but because you have something so busy in the background, it might be hard to read. The one that's kind of thin and big, but this one is very clear and easy to read, and the colors, whatever. But when you get to this is for everything. Every time you guys make headlines or words or anything that needs to be understood, like if it's just decoration, because this could be decoration behind a thing with Christmas trees, obviously it'll say happy holidays. But when you have something to be read, say it's the title of your article of you're trying to do the condensed fonts, which is what this is, which is very, very tall and thin versus this one, is a little bit harder to read. So if you choose a condensed font, you might want to make a little bit more space in between each letter. And I'm pointing this out because right now I'm going to be teaching you that. It's one of the things I'm teaching today. So this is a perfect example of how just a bit more space between the letters, even if the letter stays tall and thin, just adding a tad of space so that it's a bit more readable. So how do you do that? How do you add space between the letters and or individually is part of what we're going to be talking about today. My headsets are yelling at me that the battery is low and I must have grabbed the wrong ones. Give me 1 sec. Actually, you know what? My husband just left, so I don't need to have the headsets on at all. Let me turn them off because now there's no one else in the house. Let me turn, there you go. I turn them off and I don't need to have them. Good. Can you speak to make sure if I can hear you?
Hello.
Hear you, that headsets. Thank you. Okay, off with this one. Yeah, so yeah, great example. And we're gonna work on how to adapt our head, our font and our stuff to make it work. So great. And then that's it. That's the new stuff. Saul, of course, who's always, by the way, again, Saul's someone who started knowing nothing and then he comes up doing this stuff. Some of these I know he does because this is what he's doing. He's working right now and he's creating these things. He's from Ventura and he's doing a lot of work. But I wanted to know about these, whether he's doing, is it coming out of his mind and he's just doing them? Or is it like he's doing like examples and tutorials? I mean, I don't know what, and I just wanted to know that. So when he pops in, can somebody remind me that I had a question for Saul? He's usually shows up a little bit later. But anyway, again, good job. And let's head over to, and then some of you put in your examples that you hadn't put in the other day for your, you know, your clips and stuff like that. Okay, so back to Illustrator, guys. And if you all got the let me just close this one. If you all got the files that I sent you, please make sure you have them handy. Do you, yes, y'all saw that? Y'all
I
downloaded
didn't
the
see the file.
talking about?
I only have the rocket.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
No.
me too.
Same, me too.
I emailed you last night an email that's called Illustrator Download These. So go check your emails right now. And there's 3 photos. We're going to be working with, here, let me just stop my share. The 3 photos are, let me see. I should probably put them in the folder. Hold on. Folder. Illustrator. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my folders. I type.
I'm only seeing a one from 6 a.m. this morning.
That's yeah, the 6 a.m. this morning is the reminder link, but does anyone else have them or is it just
No, the only thing that I have for like a file is just for the rocket, and then everything else is just for the Zoom classes link.
Same.
did I
I-
send it to the wrong?
No. Oh, maybe you sent, because I got it.
I might have sent it to the wrong class roster.
Yeah.
Okay, it's these 3 photos. Okay, wow, let me go look at the roster. Oh, I sent it to the digital design techniques class. They'll be like, what class?
That's why I got it.
The class finished yesterday. They're like, why are you sending me a file for today? Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. They're gonna be like, I have no idea where I got this. Okay, I'm gonna send it to you, send them to you right now. I'm glad I asked. Here I was trying to make sure you all had them ready because I did it yesterday, you know, so I was all ahead of time and okay. 3 Illustrator files. Yeah, and I even went the horrible way of putting it in uppercase, download these, you know, to make sure that you guys would remember to see it, which is kind of obnoxious, but I really wanted to make sure that you guys found them. And then it was me who didn't send them. Okay, so here they are, and attaching. And now I didn't write anything. I just wrote Illustrator files. Okay, that's all I wrote. And this one, and send. Okay, so hopefully in the next couple of minutes, you'll all be getting them. So I'm actually going to start without that. So it's not like you need to get them right now. Meaning go get them, but we won't start with that. So if some people, if emails don't pop in for a couple of minutes, it's okay. Let's go ahead and open Illustrator, and then like in 5 minutes or so, you guys can check in for your emails. All right, so here's my I need to email the digital sign techniques people to tell them, sorry, I didn't mean to get you all riled up. All right, so here's a possible example of something that we're going to be doing today. Meaning someone could have, this is if you don't know what it is out of context, you might not know, but yesterday in our digital design techniques class, we created a little brochure with some imagery for a coffee shop, coffee bean, where they roast their own beans and stuff like that. So this is a cocoa bean. This is when you open this round thing, inside you have these beans, which is then not cocoa, coffee bean. And they look kind of simple. And so somebody might have drawn this, might have actually done this with illustrating it, right? But this is also something that might have been that someone actually grabbed a photograph of an actual coffee bean, prepared this way, and then brought that photograph into Illustrator and vectorized it and created an illustration out of it. So that could have been how it was done too. There's so many options and variables. But this certainly looks like that. It looks like that more than a real, and you'll see why. I'm going to show you how these shapes get formed. But this looks like something that is called an image trace. So I sent you some photos so we can do a little bit of image tracing. All right, so that's why you're getting those photos. And it kind of is apropos to the conversation we were having about how to create things. So you don't always need to make them yourself. Sometimes you can use existing things and then just modify them. So let's go ahead and create a new document, which if you've, I'm going to put this out of the way, like I did, if you just say file new and do nothing else, it'll give you a recent version. It'll give you the same settings, which was 5x5 with 5 artboards is the last one we made. So, but if you weren't in class and you didn't make that, then create a new one, make sure it's for print, and then make it a 5x5 with 5 artboards. Okay. And while you guys are doing that, I'm going to see who else is joining us. Okay, a lot of people joined in while I was sending you guys the email. Okay, so hi Danielle and Anaí. And
Diana, I received only 2 files. I thought you showed us 3.
I thought I sent you 3.
You have to scroll down in the email. It's at the bottom. Oh.
No, you're right. You know what? We'll live with the 2 then. I just sent yesterday 3 files. You're right. My email only has 2 photos. I'll go ahead and send you the other one in another email. Why only 2 of them copied over? Oh, interesting. Let me wait until it pops in this time. Okay, so let me send it to you guys again. I mean, you could be fine with it too, but since I have you guys already in the paste, I already have all the numbers. Now this one is called Apple because it's an apple. And send. So I sent everyone, I thought yesterday, 3 photos to be ready for today's class. And it turns out that only people who are in that I sent it to the wrong class. I sent it to the digital design techniques. I'm just telling people who just joined us. So if you are in that class, you got them. But if you are only an Illustrator, you didn't get them. So go check your email, because just now when I found out no one had it, I I sent them, and again, but then Vera just told me she only got 2. So now you have 2 emails, one with 2 images and one with 1 image. Oh, go ahead and send that. Okay. Let Anaí, there we go. And then hi Linda, you came in too, and Jinsu. Oh, Saul, you're here. I was just talking about how you always pop in a little bit later because I always want to, at the beginning, I always show the dashboard and I always show your art and stuff like that. But now everyone go to your emails and you should have 2 emails now with a total of 3 3 files. And then when you're in Illustrator, get these files set up. I'm going to clean in case there's any, nope, there's no answers yet. Once you've got your Illustrator file created and set up with 5 blank artboards, give me a yes. All right. And meanwhile, I was mentioning for all the people who've created their rockets, I saw another one that Danielle had made the other day. For those of you who just joined, I was going through the motions. This is just while you guys are working, I'll repeat the stuff I did a little bit earlier today. Some people were asking me about how to create some shapes, and I just want to remind you that there's different ways to create shapes, from just using your curvature tool, right? And so or the pen tool, you know, to create, and this is the shape that was in question, was something like this, right? Well, that one didn't turn out so well. Or the other example I gave here was to actually, and I gave it also with a cloud. So you just create a shape that then you modify, right? So then I made another shape here. Let me again give it a different color, that I then put on top of this one, overlapping it in a certain position like that. And then I made a copy and put it over here and overlapped it in the other direction. And then you select all 3. And then the clouds, this shape was made by using the shape builder tool, which you put in the negative position in this case. So I hold down the Option or Alt key, and then I get rid of the pieces that I don't want, which then include the overlap of the original piece. And that's how you end up with a shape like that. Or here we made a bunch of circles, but the circles ended up down here. Join them all up, and then I put a big old rectangle, and then snap off the whole bottom, just like we did here. And that's how you end up with the little clouds that
Diana, quick
that we
question.
have over here. Okay, so that's that kind of a
I
shape.
can't.
Yes.
I tried to do the overlap text in over Imagine, but I can't, because when you have 2 words, I
You
don't know
mean
if you have to do,
you mean this one?
yes,
or-
like the sunset. No, like the sunset.
Like this one?
Yeah, but with 2 words separately.
Oh, you can't.
Ah, okay. Because I try, but I can't. Okay.
No, and today we're going to talk a bit more about a way where you can do that, because
Perfect.
the images, and today we're going to be turning that into images, which is what we're going to start with right now. And
Thank you.
in this case, the example was text and an image, a JPEG, or it has to be art that shows through. Okay, so yeah, you couldn't do it.
Oh,
the other way.
perfect. It's no me. Thank
No,
you.
it's not, because text, you'll see it, but we're going right now into it.
Okay,
So anyway, if
that's okay.
everyone has their Illustrator file, blank file started, then let me know.
Deanna,
Yep.
just a quick question. For those of us on VDI, I did download the files, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to access them.
Oh, okay. For those of you, I think I put them in the,
I double check.
yeah, I think I put them in the class files. So if you are on VDI, I should have already put them in here, but let me, oh, I didn't. Oh, and you're an Illustrator, and I haven't shown you guys how to get to, this is the only class where I didn't make a folder of download class files. I didn't give you a beginning folder. And it would be good if I know how to spell download class files. Okay, I'll put them here. Thanks for saying that. Here I'm dragging them in. So when you're in VDI, if you haven't yet, I'll have to show you how to get them into Google Drive. Or another option would be for you to go and open your own Google Drive if you know how to do that. And then, yeah, I forgot about VDI. I'm sorry. Let me see, how many of you guys are, let me clear the answer. How many guys are on VDI? Because then I'll demo how to do this. Linda, Daniel, okay. Candace, quite a few of you guys, Maria. Okay, so I just put them on VDI. So let me show. I don't have VDI working right now. Can anyone who has VDI share their screen, and I'll show you now how to go get to the files? One of you guys, whoever is on VDI.
Yes, could be me.
Okay, great. And then everyone else who's on VDI right now, please do the following. And I'm hoping, let me see, I'm hoping that you'll be able to access it. I'm just going to do a hope first, and if it works, fine. And if not, I'll have to get you connected to Google Drive. But let's do this. Go to File, Place, just to see if you can access it. File, Place. And yes, there you go. On the left side, you see Google Drive.
Yeah, I do a binder or carpet
With all the,
Pics for this class. That is, the name is Pics for IA.
okay,
So
but you did that. So go to My Drive. No, yeah, sorry, to get the files for everyone else, go to Google Drive, go back to Google Drive. So everyone else has to go to the shared drives. She'd made her own, but for those who didn't make your own, then go into the Illustrator shared drive. And then there's the download class files that I just made up at the top. There's a folder. You had seen it, but now you scroll down there, download class files, double click there. And, oh, you did it. Okay, she opened up, double clicked, but then when you're demoing something, you gotta go slowly. So people see it, and there are the files. Okay, but you got them and you already made your own. So I'm gonna stop your share, and if I wanna make sure that everyone was able to get to the Google. So if someone else who is trying to get to them can please share, because Maria was already using Google Drive, and I want to have someone who goes, oh, I don't use Google Drive, because that way I want to see if you do have it connected, because hers was connected, but I'm not sure it's connected for everyone. So anyone who normally does not use Google Drive, can you share your screen? Daniel, Anaí, or Candace?
Yeah.
Linda, here we go, Candace. Okay. So you're able to find it. Okay. So you do.
Yeah.
You're
so I
not,
went
but you're not on
to-
VDI, Candace, right? You're on
I
VDI?
am, yeah. I went to Place.
You went to Place, and then you went to Google Drive.
I went
Okay,
to
so
Google
then
Drive,
everyone shared
shared
drive,
Google
same thing.
Drives.
Illustrator shared drive, and then downward class files, and there they are. Okay, all right, so that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that everyone had Google Drive ready to go. And if two of you have it, hopefully everyone else has it. So now, if you're on VDI, can you confirm that you're able to access the files? Anaí?
Yeah. Yes, I was able to get them.
Okay, and then Daniel and Linda. I'm
So
gonna,
are we supposed to open up the hold on, sorry.
once you have Illustrator, I mean,
Are we supposed to open up the rocket, or what exactly?
no, I want you to be able to go to your Google Drive and download 3 files that I just sent, Earth, Dog, and Apple. Can you share your screen, and I'll just check, because I can see you don't have Google Drive open, and that's the exact example that I need. Someone who doesn't have it open so that I can help you get them. Okay, so on the left side, where it says there, go to Google Drive. Oh, there you were there. Okay, so yeah, double click, you were there. Share drive, download class files.
I'm not sure where the
That one, download class files. The second fold, yeah, that one, download class files. There we go.
okay.
There are the
Got
3.
it.
And then you can place them that way. Now, I wasn't gonna have us place them yet. I just wanted to confirm that we're gonna do some work first with text, but I just want to make sure that you guys had access to it. Okay, so good. When we get to that part, we're gonna be doing, and that's for those of you who's joined, we're gonna be doing some image tracing to make illustrations out of images and photos and stuff like that. And so that's why I sent you these photos. Okay.
So do we
So-
pick any picture out of these three, or?
No, not yet. No, actually, you know what? Since I took you all the way there, let's flip what I want to do. Let's do that first. I'm always ready for a change of pace. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's let's do the photos first, since I just sent them to you and I made everyone check and see if they can get them. Let's do that. All right. So, oh, that was where's my Illustrator? Here we go. All right. So let's do that then. Let's go ahead and say file place, and everyone, let's bring in from wherever you have the files, and let's go ahead and bring in the apple. So select the apple and say place. And there's always different ways of placing items. If I were to just click, it's going to turn into this humongous apple because it comes in as big as it can. I'm going to do Command Z and say place again. And I'm going to this time drag the photo to become about the size, the 5 by 5, the size of my apple again. So I'm going to go ahead and make it be, you know, about yay big. It's a squarish photo, so it kind of works with a square element. So remember, instead of just clicking, just click and drag it out to the size that you want. And click away. There we have an apple. Now, for those of you who have taken a few others of my classes that I've been talking about this kind of stuff, this apple is not really inside Illustrator. It's actually a linked file. So since this is just Illustrator class and you don't need to go deep into that conversation, we don't need to worry too much about it. But I'm reminding those of you who do know what I'm talking about that this is not embedded as linked. But for now, it doesn't really matter too much what it is. So now select this one, and we're gonna copy it either holding down the Option or Alt key, or by placing it again, or by copy paste. We're gonna put it on another one of our pages. Okay. So we have two of the same thing, and you can do it by placing another apple, by copy pasting, or by holding onto this one, holding down the Option key and dragging out a copy onto the other page. And once you have two apples and all is good, give me a good old yes. Give me the go ahead to get going. So oh, and by the way, let me put in the link to the Padlet for those of you who need to submit the Padlet while I'm getting the answers from everyone. Copy link. Somehow my Padlet is now in the chat. There we go. That's linked to the Padlet. Okay. Back to Illustrator, and hopefully I only see 3 yeses. I was supposed to get a yes if you got the 2 apples. So if you don't have the 2 apples and you need help, let me know. Otherwise, give me yeses if you have the 2 apples. Remember that I, need your answers, even if for you it's obvious that you have them. It's not obvious to me. I'm in a whole different area. Yes.
Diana, could you show us again? I'm sorry, I was having a hard time with something else on my display. Just how to, I've got the file, I've got my artboards. I just didn't see how you pasted the apple in. Sorry.
Okay, that's the second one or the first one?
Either of them.
Okay, so you go to File Place.
Okay.
Okay, and then
Got
you go find the apple wherever it is that you have it. I still have it in my downloads folder. And then you hold on to place, or you can just double click. That works too. And then it's at your fingertips. And now you go to the top of this page, click and drag, all the way to the bottom of that page. And if that worked, let me know.
Sorry, I'm really fuzzy today.
Then don't worry. Do you want to share your screen so I can walk you through it?
Yeah, sorry, I've got COVID
no.
a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Phony.
Go ahead. Share your
Okay,
screen.
so here I am.
I don't.
Oh, no, it
see-
didn't work, did it?
No.
There it is.
You need to click on the second button that says share on the bottom right, like the first green one, and then there's another one on the right side of that page that's blue with white letters that says share. That second share is what triggers it to happen.
Oh, I see it, sorry.
You're welcome. I mean, not you're welcome. I'm sorry. Whatever. No problem. That's the answer to sorry. No problem. Oh, because you're in this artboards mode. Okay, so go all the way up to the top and select
Oh, okay,
you're
there
in
it is.
artboard
Yeah,
mode. That's why things weren't working for you. There you go.
okay, so thank you, sorry. Like I said, I'm very fuzzy headed today.
Don't worry. Say file place. You guys go up to the file. You're in the edit. So on the left side is file. Yeah.
But now I lost you.
They're not
Sorry.
live. Yeah, click on the Illustrator again to get Illustrator to be live. Click anywhere. Oh, what did you do?
I got rid of you. I know how to do it. I
Oh.
saw it.
Okay. Like, where did you go? All right. Can I remind everyone, which I always hope that I've made enough, said this enough times, but I do know that people get overwhelmed when they have to share their screen, especially if it's a correction or something like that. First of all, you never need to apologize. No question is silly or stupid or under any circumstance a problem. And most importantly, I want you guys to share for me to help you so that then when I move forward, I know that you're with me versus the, 10 minutes later when I ask again, you're 10 steps behind. It is faster, but most importantly, it's fine. Sometimes we're harebrained, sometimes we're COVID brained, and sometimes we're just tired, and we'll ask something that you're supposed to know. Nothing, you're not supposed to know anything. You're here to learn. Okay. So don't ever need to apologize or worry. If no one asks questions, there's something I'm doing wrong. That means I'm just barreling through and leaving everyone behind. So I want questions. I want people to actually do the work of being together with me in the class. Okay, so there's nothing ever that is the wrong question to ask. All right. Adobe Illustrator. So now we have once you put one in here, then you copy and you paste if that's the easiest thing for you. Or remember that if you hold a shape that you've selected and you hold down the Alt or Option key and drag, you make copies of it. So now I have 1 and 2 and 3. Why? Because I keep clicking and dragging on it while I have my my mouse held down on the Alt or Option key. All right. So now with these two, we're going to do something called image trace. We're going to leave the first one original. And by the way, you know that this is a photo that's been brought in and not created in Illustrator, in part because see this big old X that appears over here that doesn't appear on objects and stuff. That I know you didn't create these on yours, but I did. But the fact that it has this big old X, that tells me that this is a image that you have placed. It also tells me it's linked for those of you who know what I'm saying with that, but I don't want to clarify if you don't. But also it tells me that this is a pixel-based image in this case, and it is not a vector file. So if I want to work with this in any way, to change its color, to change its shape, to put it in part of my logo, to whatever, I can't do anything to this in Illustrator. I would have to go into Photoshop to modify this photo. Illustrator cannot modify anything that is pixel based. I can see it and that's it, right? As far as modifying that actual apple. I can open this file in Illustrator and in Photoshop. I can make it brighter, lighter, shinier, darker, whatever it is that I want to do. Add 3 apples behind it. That's all Photoshop work. Yes, Shelly?
I don't have X's.
When you click or hover over it?
No.
Anyone else? You all have X's, or I guess anyone else is hard to, you all have X's. Shelley,
I have X's.
why would you not have X's? Let's do this. This is a quick check just for Shelley. So if you don't follow, don't worry. Go to open your links and check and see if they says that it's embedded. Like, do you see a little link there? I know
Where-
she knows how to
Where
do
is the
this.
link?
So go to window and links,
Okay.
and then look over here, see if you have a link. Because otherwise you might have embedded it, and I don't know how you would have done that, but maybe you did.
Yes, I see them in my links.
So then somehow, so as long as you see this link in there and it's linked, then
Mine doesn't have the links on the sides.
you don't.
I see the title and the picture in that box, but no little thingy on the right.
So then you have it embedded, which is, I don't know how you embedded it, but you have it embedded. So it's okay for this assignment if it's embedded or not. I just wonder how you did embed it. So the same thing will happen, even if it's embedded or not embedded. But when you place it, it should come in linked. So that's the only thing. So maybe later you can share a screen and bring something in again. And I can look at your steps to see what you did. Because I could embed it, right? But if you don't do anything other than just place it, it should come in this way. So later, let's go through to see what happened. But right now, it doesn't matter. You can have embedded or linked in this assignment. It makes no difference. So let's move forward. Moni.
I just reset my essentials, and that made it. I mean, I had my boxes, but I did that and I got my links. So I don't know if that would help, Shelley.
Okay. Do you want to, if it's since it doesn't matter, I want to kind of push through. But for what we're doing right now, it doesn't matter. So we can look into later what's happening or why. But yeah, if you want to try to reset your essentials, that might help. All right. Okay. Let's take the second one, embedded or not. Same thing will happen. Oh, and one way to have embedded it would have been to select it and click on this thing that says embed. But I don't know that you did that, or maybe you did that by mistake. Who knows? Doesn't matter. We're going to turn this. So as I was saying, you have to modify this if you want it to be the original file in Illustrator, because it's a pixel-based file. What I mean by that is it's made out of pixels, which in Photoshop you see, but when you approach an Illustrator, it takes quite a while to get to see the pixels, but there we are. I've been doing Command Control plus. I'm getting up ridiculously close up, and here we go. These are the pixels of that pixel-based file. If you've never taken Photoshop, it might take, you might not know about that, but anyway, a pixel-based file is that which you take with a camera, a scanner, anything that makes an image out of something that's real, no matter if it's a phone, a camera, a photo, and even scanners, you end up with pixel-based images. And we can't adapt pixel-based images in Illustrator. So what we can do, though, is we can vectorize them. And I started this conversation, and some of you weren't here yet, showing this image, because maybe you don't want to draw out a shape. Maybe it's hard to imagine drawing an apple. It would be very hard for me to imagine with my Illustrator skills. And I'm good at Illustrator, but I'm not an illustrator now in the real sense of the word. I'm not the kind of person who picks up a pencil and can make a realistic apple. That's not me. My sister, on the other hand, can. So just because I know Illustrator doesn't mean that suddenly I know how to use Illustrator tools to create a realistic apple. You need to be an artist of a certain kind to do that. But I can create out of an existing photo of something. I can work with it and vectorize it and then make an illustration out of it. Okay. And so that's kind of where I'm heading with this conversation. Someone else mentioned this, but the reason you want to do this also is you want to know how to bring in your own art. Say that you are someone who doodles and does cartoons, or is a full-blown artist, and then you want to incorporate it into artwork and things like that. This is how you would do that. So say that you are creating a line of different kinds of fruit preserves or jams or something like that. And you want to make, you know, the little labels for your bottles. And next thing you know, you're good at drawing little strawberries and blueberries and pens. Make beautiful drawings of it, put them in Illustrator, image trace them, and then you can slap it onto the label. So here we go. How do we image trace something? Once you have placed it in your properties panel right here at the bottom, it's giving you a bunch of things that you could do. And by the way, let me say that if you decide that what you wanted it to be darker, lighter, whatever, and I said you have to do it in Photoshop, see how right here it says edit in Photoshop. Like if I had to edit it, the button is there. I would click on that and it would open in Photoshop, and then I would do whatever I needed to do. And then it would come back in here and be, I wouldn't have to place it again. It would just update in here with, now it's the green apple or whatever it is that you did to it. We're not going to do that though. We're not going to do any of those. We're going to go this one here that says image trace. So the image trace, we can just willy-nilly click on it, boom, and do nothing else. Or we can go over to this arrow and it gives me some ideas of the kind of tracings that we can do that are automatic. So now what I want us to do is to select the, not to do it from there, but to go up, because we're going to do more than that. This would just be an automatic, these are presets, right? You set them up and it just does whatever it does. But I'm going to teach you a bit more than that. So let's head over to the word window up at the top to the menu, and let's bring down let's bring up the image trace palette, which has more options than that one, because we're going to modify the presets. Okay, so you go to window, image trace, and this little window will pop up. Okay, now it might be that yours is closed up or opened up. I don't know how it comes by default, but there's whole bunches of choices here. And we're gonna go now to the top one, and it's now the new versions of Photoshop, which all of you have, sorry, Illustrator, which all of you have this artificial intelligence version, right, of the program that is auto detect. We're gonna skip on that one too. I'm trying to teach you stuff beyond auto detect. We can use another one. And then down here, you have the same choices that you had in that button. Remember? Now, if I want to, so this is that same button that you had down here, right there, but with many more options and choices. And if you go over here where it says trace, we're going to see what the setting is auto detect, right? So we're going to see what the computer does if I press nothing but trace. Okay, so let's do that first. Let's click on trace. Now this is a large image. So it says tracing may proceed slowly with this image. Do you want to continue? And if you want it, then you need to make it rasterized, lower resolution. You can do that in Photoshop and stuff like that. Be careful with that, because yes, it would be faster if this were not a large image. What I sent you is a pretty large image, but a smaller image would have less detail, and thus your final art might have less detail. So in this case, I'm fine with the fact that it has larger email. Candice, if you don't have the auto detect, which is what you're saying, then don't worry. Let's just, I don't know how I ended up in low fidelity photo. I was hoping for photo. So go over here and choose the photo version. So if you guys, I don't know what auto detect then chose, because I never finished it. Just because Candice says she didn't have that, I went ahead and chose it. So the hope would be that you would choose photo. So if you haven't yet, and go and select photo, and then I was just saying, we're just going to get a more detailed image if it is large. So that's okay, but it's warning you. I'm going to say okay. And then there's this progress bar, and it reads it and it does stuff, and this is the part that it says it'll take longer. If you have a smaller photo, this goes faster. If you have a bigger photo, if you have a strong computer, it goes faster. If you have a slow computer, it goes slower. So those are all the steps that it's telling you it would take longer because it's a big photo. And then, yep, Shelly,
I don't have auto detect in my image trace as a choice.
Yeah, that's what Candace said. That's why I said just go
Okay.
over here to the presets and choose photo.
Deanna, actually, sorry, I don't see photo either in my presets. I don't know if I'm in the wrong setting.
Yeah, so that's
I
why
don't either.
Neither do I.
Okay, so I didn't say auto detect, then all I was saying is click on this and choose photo.
I don't have photo either.
Okay, now that's weird. So let me stop and have you share me.
Okay.
Yeah, I also don't have photo.
And
Wow.
I don't,
Okay, guys.
and I don't either.
Me neither.
Wow, that is weird. Okay, you know what? I know what's happening. Hold on. Let me. I know what's happening. I'm
Okay.
still working on 2023, and you guys are in 2024. No, because you guys are on VDI, the ones who spoke up. VDI is on
Yeah,
2023.
I think mine might be a little older.
You have a
I
whole
have
gallery.
23 and I don't have it.
I have 24 and that doesn't come up on mine.
Wow, you have the box that you're looking at is the old box. Okay, then choose high fidelity photo. Your box that you're looking at is
Oh.
the way the box used to be. But you have 2020,
I don't know, I'm on VDI, so whatever.
VDI has 2023, but I have 2023 on the one that I'm sharing, which is why I always share from the lowest common denominator. But anyway, high fidelity photo is the same as photo. So go choose that.
Okay.
But meanwhile, I'm looking in my now I'm looking in my other computer where I have the give me a second, where I have the 2024, because no one from 2024 has spoken up. So
I have 2024 and I don't have it.
and you don't have it either. Okay, so what's happening that I have? Let me just go ahead and do that. I'm just downloading on this computer the 3 files as well.
Do you want me to
because-
stop sharing, Deanna?
What's that?
Do you want me to stop sharing?
As long as everyone can see what you should do, which was, can you
I
go
went to
back to
high
that
fidelity
right
photo.
there? Yeah, right there and say high fidelity photo. That's where you need to go. Yeah. So as long as everyone saw that, who needs it, then we're fine. Does everyone see that?
No, can you do it one more time?
And do it slowly if possible.
So under preset, this option here, high fidelity photo, is the one that Deanna asked us to select.
I'm doing it. For a second, I'm doing it on this other computer here. Okay. So that's why I'm, wow. Oh, I have a feeling that it's a different workspace. Let me see if the workspace changes the options, because in my 2024, how come in one computer I have one, in my other computer it's looking like yours, which is how it's looked forever. And in this 2023, it's looking different. Oh my God. Okay, so since most of you seem to have the other version, I'm going to share from my other computer, okay? But that's, why would I have a different version? Now I want to see if it has to do with the workspaces. Let me see. So now I really need to understand what's happening. Let me just change another workspace, and the image trace that I get, it's still the old. Why would my computer on the old one have a modernized image trace and the older one have an, okay, whatever. Let me share my screen from here. Oh, I need to join the class with this computer, sorry. So that I'm able to share and you guys can see. It seems a consensus.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so it seems that the consensus is that you all have this version here. Not that, hold on, shared the wrong thing. That what you have is this. Right? This image trace box seems to be what you guys have. So yeah, this is the way it's looked forever. So I'm surprised, because lately when I've used it, it looks like this other way, but one computer and another computer. Okay, so the default setting here you would choose high fidelity photo. Okay. And then it'll say again, this might be slow, say okay to that. And it will do what it'll do. All right, well, and this is where I kind of try not to smile. Nothing seems to have happened though. I wonder if something's wrong. Let me see. I don't see any difference between that
Nothing
or
happened to
this.
mine either.
Well, give me a minute because I'm having a hard time not smiling. I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek. Let's approach. Plus, 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 plus. Do you see pixels? It's like every time I say this, I'm like, because I can't stop from smiling. I think people are going to know that I'm about to trick them. Yes, this has been vectorized. These are vectors. You see pixels in here? I do not. The computer in the high fidelity photo, which is the one that's why it takes the longest, has converted this image into vectors. And look how ridiculously, amazingly good it looks. I mean, that's shocking. This was pixels. This is vectors. I need to hear some ooh-ahs or something. Or questions.
Oh, ah.
Wow.
Other than that, I want some questions. I want to hear, did it work? It didn't work for me. I still have pixels. Like if it worked, and when you approach, everyone has vectors. And remember, what I did was when you go into this one, which is the left side one, and I move in, zoom, 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 there's my pixels. Okay, so now Command or Control 0 to go down, and then I go to this other one, which looks identical, and I zoom in, no pixels, vectors, little patches, tiny little patches of color that once put together look like the same thing, but this is now a vector file. If that is how it worked for you, and if you were able to see this in both, give me a yes. If you're like, oh, that's not sure what you're sharing with me, then I'm happy to have you to see if the trace happened, right? Share your screen and we'll check and see if it happened, because if it did happen, this is what you should be seeing. So if you're not answering yes or no, I'm going to go in on the, on each one who hasn't answered and see how I can help. So let me see, Anaí, and okay, so Danielle, did it work for you? Vera?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, you both spoke at the same time. I think Anaí said yes. What did you say? Danielle said yes. Okay, Vera?
Yeah, I got it.
How are you doing, Vera?
Yes.
You got a thumbs up. Okay, Jinsu. I'm not sure if Jinsu, if you're following with your application open. Sometimes you are, sometimes you aren't. So Jinsu, if you can hear me. I believe you're not. Okay. And so it said yes. Okay, everyone gave me a yes. All right. So let me clear in your answers for the next one. So what happened? Photoshop has done this, not Photoshop, Illustrator has done this trace and has made it, turn it into vectors. Now, what and why, and what's the difference? Why would we do this? Photoshop pixels have a fixed amount of enlargements that you can do. So if this image, and I'm not going to go into the whole theory of resolution and stuff like that, but in Photoshop, depending on how this photograph was taken and how many pixels it started with, and I might be able to make it a 5:7 image, or I might even be able to make it a 16:20 apple. Who knows, depending on how it's photographed, but that's about the limit. Maybe if I took it with a really high resolution camera, I might be able to get, a couple feet out of it, but it's really rare that I could get it any bigger that without beginning to lose a lot of quality. For the most part, usually it'll be like, 8:10, 16:20 is about what most, better cameras can do. So we move over into the vector one, and vector files have no limit. Vector files will always look beautiful and sharp. So I can get this file and make it as tiny as a little stamp, or I can put it plastered on the side of a, you know, the truck from my grocery stores that brings in fresh fruit, or I can make it as big as the mural of a building and slap it on that. It's just not anymore restricted by being pixel based, okay? So that would be a reason to turn it into the vector files. That said, we haven't turned it into vectors yet. This is a preview, what we're seeing, okay? This is a preview. So before we continue, let me show you other stuff we can do with this tool. And the first thing I want you to do is to turn off this little preview by clicking on it to turn it off. Because if this is on, which is the default, any tiny shift that I make here, it'll immediately go through the whole three. So if I turn this preview off, then I can move some things around here and then tell it to trace when I'm ready. And I can not have such a slow. So right now, the choices we have are high fidelity photo, low fidelity photo, 3 colors, 6 colors, 16 colors, shades of gray. These are the presets. Let's go with some of these presets. Let's see what this apple looks like if I go as low as 3 colors. Click on 3 colors. And when you click on what are the settings, it just runs it through. With very few colors, doing what it could, because, you know, 3 is very tiny, it gave me this illustration. Pretty cool, huh? Now, turn off this preview again. This one by default always wants to turn itself on. So just turn off the preview again. And now notice that we can go over here through the colors and go from, you know, 2 to 30. Let's go ahead and give it this time about 16 colors. And there's other things to change, but for now, let's just do that and then say trace again. So let's just explore a little bit what this whole thing is all about before we go to the even more advanced versions. So now that's what it does. So it has to distill all of the colors that exist in that apple and choose, in order to keep it looking like a round shape or whatever, and it's only limited to 16 colors, which colors are going to assign to what. And it looks like it needed 1 for the really dark part and for the dark shadow. So it used the dark color for that. Then it went with 2 different kinds of red for these tones of reds. Then it went for some deeper oranges, lighter oranges, peachy pink, and yellows. And then it had to leave a couple here to represent that shade, that shadow. And if you didn't really need that shadow, it's wasting 3 of those colors on this, although this one is there a little bit, so it's not totally wasted. I'm seeing a little bit of pink over there and a little bit of that gray one over there. So it's kind of using it here and there, but mainly they exist for this. So this is when you go, maybe I should go back into Photoshop, get rid of that shadow, because you have to do that in Photoshop, and retrace it to just have it be the apple, right? Because you don't really care about that if you want to have 16 colors just on the apple. Anyway, right now we're going to work with what we have. So let's just, if something is not working for you and nothing is happening the way you want it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to keep showing you variations upon a theme. Whenever I say that, no one answers.
Diana, mine did not show up with the number 16 colors. It just says color, grayscale, or black and white.
Over under the
Is
custom.
that a slider? Would I use the slider and put it at 16?
Hold on. So are you in color mode over here?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's actually this is 30 colors I'm noticing, not 16. It gave me 30. I guess I didn't stop it at the right number.
So what you're saying is use the slider and put it at 16.
Yeah, I put it at 16, which by the way, this is one of the defaults anyway, which is 16 colors. So you can also click on 16 colors because that is one of the defaults. And it looks like mine had not done a 16. It had done a 30 version. So yeah. So now I guess I moved it to 18 when I was dragging my finger around. I hate using my finger for Illustrator, and when I'm on the laptop, I don't have the details. Okay, it was down to 16 colors.
So
Uh,
are we supposed to have it on custom?
Once, if you chose the 16 color choice, it would say 16 colors. But if you move this yourself, it immediately goes to custom because it means you're not using
Oh,
one
okay.
of the presets, right? So if you're not using one of those presets and you do anything on your own, then it will say custom up there, yeah, because you're falling outside of the
Okay.
choice. So now
So
I'm
select 16 colors and then just change the colors to 16 or
gonna go to the, no, if you
6?
select 16 colors, it'll do 16 colors. I should have used a different number there when I put it because now it's confusing. I could have chosen 8 colors, right? There's 3 settings of colors that come already done. One is 6, which is the one I'm doing right now,
Okay.
which is this one. So the presets are 3 colors, 6 colors, and 16 colors. But if I want anything in between, I can move this around. I just happen to have chosen 16, which is the same as one of the presets. But yeah, I could have chosen 7, right? So this is the 6 color preset. Since I chose a preset, it says 6 colors. But had I slid my mouse around and chosen 6, it would say custom.
Okay.
Coincidentally happens to also be 6. All right. So now you can see what's happening there with all these colors. Let's head over here and let's go somewhere completely different. Let's turn this into shades of gray. Shades of gray is going to be the full on, 255 possible tones of gray, which is the grayscale. And it's going to look very realistic too, but in black and white. Not as realistic as the color one, because now we're going to begin to be able to see that there's patches. Because the default setting of the preset is set at 50, right? So it's kind of like not completely realistic. If I were to want to put it at 100, we would get, and let me just do that, and do that. I'm going to put it at 100 for how many tones of gray it gets to use. And then I'm going to say trace, and now it's going to do it as realistic as a photo, only it'll be in the grayscale tone. Okay, let me let Nicole in. Here we go. Okay, so now it's looking like a full-on apple, only it's in black and white because I told it to use all of the available grayscales. Now, this is where, kind of like before, it's like using colors. You can say, make me this apple with just a few colors. So if I drag this down to, I don't know, 18, let me do that. That seems like not too many. 18 seems a lot. Maybe I should have gone with less. Hi, Nicole. Thanks for joining us, even if it's for as much as you can. What we're doing is doing a thing called image trace, where we get to turn a photo that we had over here into, and so this is the photo that we imported and placed, and I sent it by email if you're going to have a chance to do some with us. And then I'm using the image trace tool to turn it into an illustration in one way or another. Now, if this kind of worked for you, I want to show you something very different is when you use black and white. So many people think grayscale and black and white the same, but when you say black and white, it's truly black or white. It's not, one or the other. It is either black or white. So choose that one because I want to show you how we can modify this. Now, this is the first of all the choices that we've had. This is the first one that I don't really like too much, like doesn't seem to work too much for me. That said, certain shapes cannot be done much better because either the round part here is going to have to be either white or black. And if it's black, then it'll just be one big black blob. If it's white, you won't see it, right? Unless you put it on top of a red piece of paper or something. So in this case, not having any other outline, no matter how many things I do, it probably won't work. But let me show you the threshold because we have other photos that we can work on. Let me show you this threshold here. This is what matters when you turn something into a black and white logo. The way this works is it's saying there's 255 total tones of gray. And so when the computer looks at the image, this is in the middle point, it says anything darker than this tone of gray, I'm going to turn black. Anything lighter than this tone of gray, I'm going to turn white. So it chooses, and it's right in the middle point, it chooses what's going to turn white or black according to where you set this. So if I want to make it, and I'm going to go way over here, and if I want to make it choose almost everything white, I've told it even the lightest tones, please, even the darkest tones, turn them white, then that's what I get. If I say even the lightest tones turn them black, then that's what I get. So this is an image that no matter what I do, I can't go right. You know, I'd have to play around a little bit until I finally get something that still looks like a shape, but then it has that blob there that was the shadow. You know, so that one might look like an apple. Some shapes just do better than others at getting this to happen, because when at about there, I'm getting a little bit of gray, that line there that begins to show me that, so I might be able to see it, at least that it's a fruit, if not an apple, right? So in this case, the black and white isn't the best solution. But you can see now, hopefully, that this is what used to make, and I don't have it on this computer, so let me share it from this computer. This one here that that I was talking about. So we're going to create from a photo of a coffee bean. You can stylize it and turn it into two colors. Then the color was changed into brown instead of black. And now I'm going to show you how to make sure that some of the curves and things are more curvier and rounder or less, right? So now I'm going to go back to this original one. If perchance at some point your image trace turns into this one, which is the one that for some reason appears for me in this computer, then the settings were, you just had a little color for them, but it was basically the same thing. It had 3 colors, 6 colors, 16 colors, shades of gray. Silhouette would be the black and white that I'm working with right now, right? And then technical. So this is the same of what I'm showing you. It just calls it different things, okay? Or it calls it the same things, mostly, but it has a little preview, and that's why it looks so different than mine, but the choices were still there. Color settings over here is where we were able to move how many colors we wanted in one or the other, okay? As opposed like we did over there. So I'm not sure why some of you have this. Well, actually, does anyone else have this one? Most of you said you had the other version, the version I'm showing in the other computer. Does anyone at all have this version of image trace? I'm so confused. Why? Okay, because this is the new one. The other one is the old one. So anyway, that's fine. I'll stop sharing. I'll go back, but I just wanted to re-admit this one. Nicole, will you be able to hang out for a little bit? If so, I'll have you catch up to where we are. I know that you had meetings. You might.
Yes, I have the document pulled up. I have image trace open.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And your image trace is looking like the first one that I was showing, and not like this is what you're saying with a note. Okay.
I think so. I don't think mine looks like that at all. So
I'm gonna head back over here, and we're going to continue with this computer then, which is an interesting thing. Okay. So now, so one more thing down here, we have the ones that I had shown you there in the other one, which are basically sketch art, silhouette, line, and art. And silhouette is very similar because it's basically black and white, and you move the threshold. But silhouette usually, so there's not much difference between the black and white settings and the silhouette settings, as you can see. I just went to silhouette, and then sketch art, on the other hand, is different. Again, on this apple, it might look like it's not very different, but depending on the art that you have, it might look the same. So this is a very dense image, right? All it is one big ball of colors. So it doesn't have much to trace or to do. So we're gonna bring in the other photos that I sent you, the earth, and you'll see the sketch doing a bit of a different job. And then line art, So I'm just kind of running through the different choices. This one I have almost never gotten a very good result from. But so yeah, on this photo, it's absolutely ridiculous. But on some images, it has managed to do a job. But you need to have something that's very well outlined and has lots of sharp edges to get anything out of the line art. And same with technical drawing. It's very hard to get much. They're very similar. They just have a few different settings. So the last two, you need to have something like if you're scanning in a photo of something that is truly a technical drawing or truly it is line art, like literally a line of pencil, for it to be able to pick it up and do. And clearly this photo of the apple wouldn't do it. But sometimes you are photographing things that are really, or scanning in a plan of your house or something like that. And then you would go to some of these guys if you want to vectorize them. All right, so now that we've played around with this, let's go back to one that will be, let's go back to the 6 colors, because for the rest of the stuff that I'm going to show you, that might be a good place to start. Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Plus, plus, plus. Now, remember I told you that this still isn't vectors. These are all previews. It is truly previews. We are not done. We don't have yet a decision made it hasn't yet been turned into vectors. It's showing us what it would look like, right? So we can look at our image and modify with a couple of different choices that I have down here in the advanced tool. But before I open the advanced, I want to look at this, which is kind of like a little summary of the result. Color 6, because I chose the 6 colors default. Then that means that it's got 859 paths and 13,000 anchors. So remember what they're talking about? The anchors are the little corners and the paths is what's in between the corners. And so it needs that many anchors to give me that many paths. And this number matters because depending on what we're going to do next, you're going to end up having, if you have less anchors, there's more fluidity to the lines because there's going to be less paths that need to do the same shape. Or if you have more, then you can get much more crispness and sharper corners. And depending on your image, you might want one or the other. I don't want to share my other screen again, but that coffee bean that I showed you, that's very soft and fluid with very few paths versus someone that's pretty sharp like this, where the lines are kind of jagged, right? So we're going to do that here. And by the way, when you have a ton of anchors and paths, the bigger the file. So also the more complicated as far as getting Illustrator to show it correctly, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm going to turn on the advanced choice here. Turn off the preview, please. This is where it really matters because I want to change a few things here and then say trace. If not, if this is on, the moment I shift this even in a millimeter, it's going to run through the whole thing. So first thing I'm going to do, just to see a very drastic difference, I'm going to tell it that I want very low, very few paths, and I want my corners to be very low, so it's going to be very curvy, okay? So I'm going to grab this, I'm going to put it very, very far, so it's extreme, and very few corners. And then I'm not doing anything with noise right now. I'm just, that's it, that's all I'm going to do. And let's remember this number. So 859 and 13,000. So that's about what we have here. So now let's say trace. All right. So it seems that this is such a complicated image that it didn't really get to do.
For some reason, mine doesn't say 859. It says 950.
You know what? Each trace is individual. Each computer is doing it and reading it its ways. So yeah, it's possible that you get different numbers. So yeah, good point. That said, okay, it hasn't been able to simplify it too much. It did give me many less anchors, right? And the only thing is I wish there was a before and after. There is no before and after, but there is a slight difference. And I can tell that the shapes are a little bit softer and rounder. That said, it's not necessarily as big of a difference as we would have liked. But now let's go down here where we see a lot of paths. And I'm going to go ahead and, whoa, stop. I said undo, and so I'm back to the original picture. Let's take the preview off. I'm going to go back to what I had said, 6 colors, because I messed up. Come on. Sorry. When you go to the automatics, even if you have the preview off, it runs through it. Okay, so turn the preview off. Let me, this time, I'm going to go to as high amount of paths as possible, as sharp as corners as I can. And I'm going to run it one more time. And keep an eye on this so that when the change happens, like you can see if it gets sharper or curvier. Did you see the difference there? Now it's very jaggedy and detailed, right? And now we're down to 33K. Before we had 13,000 anchors. Now we have 33,000 anchors. So if you really look at the lines, before we had little blobby circles, and now we have little jaggedy circles, like little islands in the ocean, whereas before they were like little blobs. So when I go from one end to the other, I'm going to do it again. Look over here where you see a lot of jagged points and things. Pay attention to that. And I'm going to go all the way down to low and trace it again. So now keep an eye on these jaggedy things until the moment changes. Get this out of the way because this is where I have a lot of jaggedy things. And there, see how now it's all little tiny round islands. There's no tips. Everything is like a little circle versus a little jaggedy circle. So if you're able to see that difference, give me a yes. If it's still kind of unclear, look at the edge of this line here, very soft and fluid versus making it once again, and I'm exaggerating, we never do one or the other so much, making it, and now this, I'm going back to making it very jaggedy. All the shapes are going to have pointy and little tippy thingies. See, very jaggedy line. So it's the same scan, the same amount of colors, but it's giving me a very jaggedy line. Now, for better or for worse, the more paths and corners, many times that gives you a more realistic kind of shape. The less paths and corners, that might give you more rounded shapes and make it kind of the illustration that I showed you before of the coffee bean, a bit more like an, you know, computer made kind of piece of art. This, if you zoom out right now, I'm very zoomed in, but if I zoom out of this one, it gives me a different impression than if I have the high ones. Oh, looks like I had moved it over a bit. Okay, so now in this example, oh, stop. All I did was move it. In this example, all we've been doing is going very much higher, very much lower. There is no noise per se in this image, so I haven't used the noise, but if you had little spots hanging around, another image I use for this a lot is typical, you draw something on a piece of paper or a napkin, and then you scan it in to then begin to vectorize your shape. But the scan has captured the texture of the paper, so you might have little dots here, paper texture and stuff like that. So then that's what we call noise, little dots and stuff that are unneeded. So then you can change how much of that noise it pays attention to or not. This image doesn't have that. And then there's this simplify over there, where we can tell it also to give it many less anchors, which is kind of this thing where we go less paths, less corners, and less anchors. Okay, the least of all. And now I'm going to do the trace, and that's the last one we're going to work on. Oh, I thought I had it in 6 colors. I don't. So now my lines are basically just straight lines. There's just nothing left. So it's the most, the least realistic choice is if I ask it to have less of anything. Now, depending on your image, that might mean that you have almost no shape or not. So this is the most, the least faithful to the original shape is when you have very few anchors, very few paths. Okay. All right. So that's ways to modify this image. Choose a setting, whichever you want. I'm going to go ahead and choose this one, but there's one more thing I want us to choose here. When you have a white background like this, one of those 6 colors has been taken up by this white because that has become part of the shape. Right now, it's actually using white. When we finish this, we would have a block of white with that shape. And I don't really want a block of white with that shape. I just want the apple, right? So if I say ignore color, and forgot to stop the preview. If I say ignore color right there, and then I can choose which color to ignore, I can choose it to ignore the white, or if you want to ignore a different color, I can use this little color pick and choose the white in this case. But if I had a blue background around this apple or a green apple that I just wanted the apple, you could say ignore color and then choose that color that you want it to ignore. If I were to choose ignore the red or something, it'll be, it won't work. So now that I've told it what to ignore, I can go ahead and turn off this and say trace. What did I do wrong? Did I turn on the simplify? Yeah. There we go. I see a hand over there. Yes. Moni?
So I think that your version, I don't know if everybody else has the same thing. I don't have a lot of the choices. I don't have simplicity, and mine is just ignore white. So it doesn't give me a choice of a color, but I'm able to follow along.
That's amazing. Why do I have a different version of trace
Yeah.
for you guys? I mean, I could go over here and see about Illustrator and see which version I have on this computer. I have 27.9. And you can see maybe there's just different, you're one up or one lower, or who knows, right? But anyway, okay, if it is what it is. What you have is what you have. Next time you do an update, you'll have another one, or you'll have the one I have on this computer, which for crazily enough is so different to what you guys have. That is, I really have no idea why this one would be as different as that, but anyway, I'm looking at what I have in this version. I'm looking at my other computer. And do I have ignore? Yeah, I have ignore color again on this one. So I have ignore color both times. Before you could only say ignore white, like for years this existed. Now you can choose which color to ignore, but you don't have that. So I give up. I don't know why one is different than the other. But what I do want to say is that at this point, choose something and we're done. We're done with all these previews. This is what we want. This is what I like, whatever, make a choice. But maybe I would like these to be other colors or tones, but right now the full scan is giving me that. It's not giving me a green apple or a yellow apple or whatever. It's giving me as close to the apple that I have and the tones that I have. So now I'm ready to say, okay, I'm done. This is what I want. In which case I need to head over here to the expand choice, or when I've opened all these tools, a lot of choices have come up here and there's the button to expand. So there's a couple different places where you see the expand button. In the new version that I have on the other computer that you guys don't seem to have, I have an expand button right here at the bottom. Anyway, let's hit expand. And once you hit expand, boom, this is now a vector. See how is it now? I have a bounding box that's holding this. When it comes in, it's grouped, okay? So if I try to move it, it all moves as one thing. I'm going to zoom into it a little bit more. There we go. And I'm going to move the image trace out of the way a bit, closing it. So this is now my vector file. And these lines and all these things are the paths that create my shapes that make this apple. And had I not said ignore white, the shape would have been as big as this page, and I would have had actually a clickable white that then I would have to get rid of. So by saying ignore white, we got rid of that. But now what if I want to change things individually? This thing is grouped. So does anyone remember how to change things individually that are grouped? What would I do?
And could you do that again? Just the change for vectorize, please?
Yeah, I just click on the word expand, which is now gone because I've expanded.
Oh, okay.
I'll find the word expand either there, or you'll have a choice here. I don't have it anymore because it's expanded, but you'll see the word expand somewhere.
Can you ungroup with the little bar? On the bottom of my image has recolor ungroup. Or on the other side, there's an ungroup.
Can you share your screen? It seems that whatever you guys are seeing is different than mine and I can't guess. So please share your screen so I can help you with how it looks for you. I don't know. Of all the tools, this one, which hasn't been changed in years. You know, some things have changed a lot, but this one hasn't been changed in years. So I don't know why it's so so different today for me than for you guys. But anyway, so this one has, yeah, you have already expanded. Okay, so you're done. So what was the
What I was
question?
asking, right down here, there's a little bar that you can't see right now.
Yeah, that bar, you could see it on mine too. When you select the shape, it happens, and when you deselect, it's gone, right? And what you're, let me see. Put my blanket here. Finally, it warmed up. I'm taking a look at, and I'll cover it up with blankets. So let me see on this computer. I'm going to stop your share because I know what you're asking now. Okay, so I'm going to share mine. And that's called, I believe the name of it is the contextual bar, and it's a new bar that if you updated up to 2023, it didn't exist in 2022, but as of 2023, 2024, I'm not talking years, but the version of Adobe, which now coincides with the year, but not really, because usually they've already, 2024 has been out all of 2023, right? And so when next year that is going to be 2024, they're going to have 2025 and some. So right now it kind of coincides. When you click on an object, you get this little toolbar here, which is the one that Vera was talking about, which is a new toolbar, which, by the way, Photoshop also has it, and InDesign, the new versions of these programs have it, which is supposed to be a contextual tool that gives you things you need in the moment. So up until now, you had to go all the way here to the properties panel, that if I click on something, I get a certain set of choices. I click on that one, I get a certain set of choices. Now, of all the choices that are here that you could do with this, it's minimizing it to a couple of the most typical ones that people use. And so the first thing that it's saying, and it's giving it away because I was going to ask you, is that it's saying ungroup, because this moves together as a group. And if I want to go all the way here to ungroup, or if I want to go all the way up to, you know, object ungroup, or if I want to do the shortcut, which is Shift Command G. Now there's one more place to ungroup from, which is this little bar. So this is like the most, the 2 or 3 most important things you could do. But the biggest thing that's happening in all these tools is that the first choice that they give you in Photoshop or in Illustrator, whatever, is this, when it has this little star right there, that is the Adobe, not Adobe, sorry, artificial intelligence. Anytime you have this little star, it's going to use artificial intelligence. There's another way to recolor that we've used forever, and now they have this new artificial intelligence version of recovering that we're going to use in a minute. But first, let me finish talking about this object. It's one big shape. I'm going to ungroup, but then I'm going to tell you why ungrouping is a bad idea, but let's ungroup, because ungroup would be a way to change individual colors. I'm going to ungroup. As long as I'm still selecting, it's still moving as one because they're all selected, but let's click away. I have ungrouped. Now, if I click on this one, I only have this one. If I click on this one, I only have that one, and that one, and that one. The problem with ungrouping, and now I'm going to Command or Control Z, 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 and then is that if you move things even by 1 millimeter, I just did one little tab, I begin to disconnect this whole thing. I'm going to Command Z again. And so I don't want to ungroup something like this. I'm going to Command Z one more time to get rid of my ungroup. And so now I'm going to group it again. Okay. So go back until it's all grouped. And the way you know it's grouped is if this thing says ungroup, and that says ungroup, because that means it's grouped, like you've gotten back enough to group it again. Otherwise, select it all and just group it with a Command G or Control G, or with the word here that will say group, until you're grouped again. So if you can't ungroup it in order to work on different image, on different layers, maybe you want to turn these layers into a different set of tones. how else can you go into a grouped object in order to change individual parts of it? Remember when we did a flower and we wanted to change different petals? I showed you 2 ways to do that.
The isolation mode.
One is isolation mode, exactly. So how do I get into isolation mode? I double click. So I'm going to double click on this big patch of red, double click, double click, double click until it's completely isolated from everything else. And now if this is my intention and I wanted to turn it into green, which of course won't match in here, I can do that. Then I want to go and choose this one here, this other layer, and double click, double click, double click, double click until it's completely isolated. Then I can go in here and turn this one into another tone of green. And by the way, this won't look good. I'm just kind of showing you. Double click, double click, double click, double click until I'm trying to get to this one. Double click, double click, double click. I don't like working in my mat with my touchpad. I'm not accustomed to that. And I'm going to make this one, I don't know, that tone, whatever. By now I'm completely messing up my thing. By the time I'm done, and there's individual pieces. These are big pieces. Sometimes you have lots of teensy little dots. So yes, I can change these big ones, right? But how in the world, and now if I want to get out of this isolation mode, I hit escape. How in the world am I going to grab each one of these little guys, right? But anyway, you can see how slowly you're turning this more into a different kind of illustration, not one that's supposed to be realistic. Also, if I wanted to get rid of this shadow, I can select until I get into there and boom, I delete. Because of the way I made it happen, it's not connected to the apple. And I can do that also here. Anyway, so that's one way. Let me show you another way, or let me ask you, what's the other way? So that was the isolation mode. You double click until you get to the individual bits and pieces, and then you can alter them, change them, move them. In this case, all we wanted to do was to change the color. What other way could I have done this that I've shown? A grouped image that you want to work with only one element.
Layers?
Yes, layers. Good job. So my layers is over here. If you don't have your layers open, you can go to window and open your layers looking at that. I happen to have it already open from another time. So here's my layers. Now, layers is only one layer. So I'm going to have as many objects as this whole shape, which as you can see, there's a ton of objects. So when I open that there, right, the first thing I see is my group. And when I open my group, there, look at that. It's like incredibly long. Those are my layers. So how realistic is it that I could have used in this image, my layers to change is a whole different conversation. Because every little one of these guys is one object, right? So yes, I could scroll down until I start seeing the green, which one of these might be the big old green, but before it was red, it was the same color and I might have not have seen it. So this is good, but it's limited, right? Because when you have a ton of them, you can't do that. Now, if you only had, 20 layers, you could use this. That said, I still can use this to find certain things individually. So say that I'm I click on this little guy right there. And that means I'm selecting that little piece. I look at my image and there he goes. There's a little bounding box around that little guy. And that's the piece that I've selected. And I click on this one and it's that one, right? So you can still, if for some reason you need, that's the little thing that I'm picking right there. And if I am patient enough, I'll probably find the one that I turned green and be able to click on that one. But I wouldn't recommend, in this case, using the layers. So yes, that's the 2 ways I taught you, but now I'm showing you the limitations of the layers mode in this case, which is why you would for sure want to use the isolation mode as soon as the object gets chancy or different. All right. If you've been able to do everything I've been showing you up until now, then give me a yes. If you have any questions and something's not working, give me a no. And I'm looking at the notes. Candace saying my path and anchor numbers are different. Yeah, every one of us by now has changed things in a different way, and the Apple result that you got will be different than mine. Like if you left it on many paths and anchors, you'll have a much jaggedier one.
I wasn't able to change it like at all.
Okay, so did you double click, double click, double click, double click until you?
Yeah, every time I would double click, it's let me just share my screen.
Okay, hold on, I need to pop mine. There we go. Now you can share yours.
So yeah, as you can see, there's like a little box around it. It's not quite selecting it.
Yeah, you didn't do your expansion, you didn't transform it, you don't have it vectorized. It's still a pixel image. So go back to, you need to do the image trace again. So go all the way down to image trace, pop it up, yep. And then, why are the choices not coming up? No, hold on. It's like you're selecting the background and not the, okay, hold on. Something's not, go into your layers. I want to see what you're selecting. Go into your layers on the far right, open your layers, and you have the whole image is selected. So.
Okay, there you go.
Like you have two images. One was, yeah, there we go. Now it's that one was linked and one is not linked. Okay, there we go. No,
So do I
it's-
put it on the 6 picture or 6
Yeah,
piece?
because it's easier to show parts and pieces. When you do the realistic one, you have bazillions of paths, little bits, and so it's harder to show you how to change a whole portion of it. And that's the only reason I stopped at 6. But yeah, so go ahead and
Right.
if you have the one that's high fidelity, each little spot will be one teensy little one. So go up to the top that says high fidelity, choose 6 colors. And then when that's done happening, then go ahead and hit the expand button, which you don't have anything open to see the expand button. You need to go to the open the properties panel. So wait until this is done. Yeah. And then hold on. There at the bottom, hit expand. Okay, so now you can close the image trace box. And there you go. Now, oh, this is an example. You didn't hit ignore colors. I didn't remind you. So now go ahead and double click, double click, double click. And no, you're done with image trace for now. You've traced it. It's now vectors. But I had, in mine, I said ignore color, but I forgot to tell them to do that. So go ahead and double click on white. Okay, put your mouse over the white and double click, double click, double click. Keep going until everything else goes. Now, see how the white, you can click and drag. Go ahead and click and drag around to move the white around so people see. It's a shape. It's a shape that's a big box that has a hole in it for the apple. It's kind of weird. So you can go ahead and hit the delete key to get rid of that. Right. So it's, oh. No, you had to double click until you were only in that. So go ahead and do Command Z until you're back to keep double clicking until you are in. Oh, stop. Oh, I think you undid one too many and you undid your trace. Hold on. There's something still weird happening there. It's like you have that trace was happening. Let me, can you go ahead and delete this? Select this and delete. And we're going to get a new, select your apple and delete it. And now select again to make sure that you don't have another box found there. No. Okay, good. All right, so now grab the apple and drag it over with or copy and paste. Yeah, you don't have the Alt key. That's why I didn't tell you to just drag it with Alt keys. Just say copy and paste. Good. So now we've got a clean option. And now go ahead and do the image trace 6 colors. And then once that's done, you can start to, okay, and when you're done, you already saw last time when you were done that you saw an expand button. Do expand and then that.
So do I press ignore color after this?
Yeah, you'll have to make it do it again. Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to wait through it again, otherwise so click on that, ignore color, and then you'll have to do it again. It does it again for you. Then next time you expand, it will ignore that white background. Okay. But see, ignore color, he has the same thing I have, which allows you to choose with that little eyeball, eyedropper, you could have chosen a different color, which which Moni, you said you didn't have. So that's interesting. Okay, so now you've made your choices. Now go to the properties panel and scroll down, because in the properties panel, you should have your expand button at the bottom of it. There it is. So hit expand. Cool. Now close your image trace. And now get your selection tool. Right, just go up to your selection tool again. And there you go. Now just you have your apple. So now to get into any of these, to modify them, double click on the biggest patch, the big red patch. Double click and double click again. Keep double clicking until it's on its own. Yeah, and now you can go in there and make a change in the color. Cool. So perfect. Now it's working. So if this is working for everyone, give me a yes. I think the yeses you gave me are for that. Let me clear up because I don't remember what I asked last that you are checking. So
I have one more quick question. I did want to know when our break was, because I think my dog needs to go out to pee real quick.
that's important, isn't it? Let me see how far we are from break. Oh, hold on. Let me look for a second, because my alarm should have yelled at me to say it's break, but sometimes it's I was gonna do the break a little bit later. But we are
Just a quick break, like 5 minutes, if that's
no. We're gonna switch. I was gonna have you guys, if you want to test with one more shape. So go and take your dog and have one more shape just to see the difference. I'm gonna bring in the earth, and then you can do the earth on your own. So go ahead and go. We're gonna do the earth, and the reason I want to do that, okay? So I'm gonna share my screen now again. I'm gonna have you do. Where's my screen? There you go. All right, so now I hit escape. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna zoom out, and I'm gonna just place the earth. Okay, so I'm gonna say file, place, and we're gonna do this to the earth. Drag, make it about yay big. And now I don't necessarily need to have both. Here I left both for us to compare, but we don't need to. So the image trace choice is right there. If I just click this button, it's going to give me the default one, which will probably be the high fidelity one. And I'm going to say okay to that. You could have also opened it from one. Oh, no, the default one was not high fidelity. So if this is all you do, you wouldn't know any different, right? So if you don't want to go and open the box from the window for the image trace, you can open it from over here in the properties. Now you'll have a image trace box and this little guy there, click, and that brings you that same window. Okay, just showing you a different place to get the same thing. I don't want to confuse you. If you like the one way, go in it from window, get it from there. But otherwise, this little box is your image trace, and there's the expand button waiting for me. But by default, what it chose was black and white, which isn't necessarily what I wanted. So I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to choose, I'm going to go with 16 colors again. Let's see what it does with the earth in 16 colors. It should be pretty good because, you know, no. Right, so this is what it came up with, which is even with the few amount of colors, it's pretty good, right? I think that because, you know, the colors here in the earth are pretty defined, so we didn't even need to go to the millions of colors. I like that. If I want to simplify it a little bit more, we can do that. In this case, I wouldn't want to make it all like very curvy and weird. I would prefer to keep it to be more realistic to the actual shapes. And there's the Amazon River and the Amazons and stuff like that. I might want to try, out of curiosity, what it would have done to this earth with very few colors, just because I want to do that. But other than that, the other thing I want to show you is the fact that the background here is black. And the question I have for those of you who don't have the eyeball, if it says ignore color, does it still say only ignore white? I'm just curious. Yeah. Okay. Because here I'm going to use that to ignore black. There you go. That's actually pretty cool too. But here I'm left in a quandary because of the three colors. And the reason I wanted to show you this is with white, you couldn't tell that the white was one of the colors. It was just white background. But now you understand that the background with white just was being turned, was using one of the colors. And in this case, since I said only 3 colors, it assigned blue to the oceans and to the background, white to the lighter stuff, and green to the landmass or whatever. So this has always been part of the image, which we couldn't see in the apple, right? Of the 3 colors, one of the 3 colors on the apple was the white, wasted kind of on that white background, right? Which is why ignore color from the beginning would have helped those 3 colors be only part of the trace. So now, in this case, I'm going to go ahead and if I hit escape, do I need to hit escape to get out of the mode where it doesn't trace it at all? Hold on, I'm trying to see. I didn't mean to do that. Let me bring this out of the way. How do I get out of the trace that I did if I don't want to expand is the point that I'm asking. Because unless I expand, I wanted to go, well, in the middle of it, if I do undo, I'm going to have to just undo my way out. Stop, I don't want to undo, there we go. I have to undo my way out by Command Z. Okay, so there, I've undone out of this. And now, if I first choose the black to ignore, then it might give me a good circle because there is no black inside of it. Well, maybe there's some black there in the original picture. I don't know. Let me go to a high fidelity photo and let me see if in high fidelity photo mode, this has enough distinction to ignore the black. So now this is going to give me as good a definition of the photo as it can. And we're going to use this photo in our next assignment, the vector file that we're going to do. We're going to use it in the thing that we're going to do after break. That's why I missed that. Okay. So now that's as good as it's going to get. I'm going to go ahead and click on, why would it let me ignore color? Doesn't let me ignore color in this mode. Stop. I hate that when it's in preview mode, anything you do makes it happen. I don't know why the ignore color is not giving me the choice to select my black. It's grayed out. I don't know. Let me go back to maybe once it's actual sets of colors, if it allows me to. I'm gonna go with 6 colors.
Deanna, my whole image trace box is grayed out. I don't know what I did with them.
Are you sure that your background is selected? Like the photo itself is selected? Because otherwise it has nothing to trace and it would be grayed out. And if not, wait until this finishes. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have trouble because if I want to get rid of this, the moment I have it joined into other colors, now it's telling me to ignore a color. But if I do that, right? If I ignore a color and I point to this, it's not. That preview drives me crazy. The moment I'm, what did I say? Ignore green. No, there it went to ignore green. Ignore black. Maybe it was taking its time. Okay, so now let me hit trace and let's see if it can ignore black. It's not tracing. Huh. Back to the 6 color, to the 16 colored version. I haven't tried the 6 color, have I? No, but see, then when I do the automatic, it undoes the ignore color. Okay, I don't know why the ignore color isn't turning on, but now I will stop and let you share, Vera, to see why it's not letting you do it at all. So yeah, go ahead and share your screen. Oh, okay. Just for me, I'm just saying that now it's allowing me to ignore the black when I went to the 6 color version. So you are in isolation mode, so go ahead and hit escape. Oh, but it did it. You already did make it work. Click on the thing again, and you probably already expanded because go ahead and select your tool, your earth, like double click in. I think you have it already. Go click on your earth and double click. Edit path. Yeah, you've already vectorized it. That's why it's gray, because you've already made it into a vector. You must have done it and then said expand immediately, and that's why it's hard to tell because it's so well done. Can you zoom in a little bit more so we can see the details? The fact that it said edit path is what. Okay, so see, yeah, double click on any piece of that. Yeah, so it's already been, vectorized, which is why it's grayed out. If you hit expand and it's already vectorized, that's it. You can't image trace it again. You can only image trace a pixel based image. So if you want to do it again, you can delete this whole thing, go and copy your earth again and start again. And then once you do the expand, then that's it.
So to get out of here, just escape.
No, you're out. You're done. You're not escaping anything. You're done. You have an image with vectors. You can close the image trace box, but as you see, it's kind of dead just to get it out of the way, right? And now this is the image that you have that has been vectorized. So if you want to go in there and do anything, you would have to do the whole double click to get out of there. I'm gonna stop your share for a minute to show you guys, which finally, while we were working on this, I managed to get it to ignore the black. So the black doesn't exist now as a choice, but it also then got rid of black from these areas down there that had some black, which by the way, isn't going to be hard for me if I want to fake it in this case, because how easy would it be to just make a circle of black that's exactly the same place, fill it with black and put it underneath, and then that would give me black right there. But anyway, yeah, it finally did the ignore black. I had to just undo it and start again. So if you still have the black, which most of you guys will have, then we're going to go ahead and show you how to get rid of it once you vectorize. So whatever choice you made, I'm going to stick with this one. I'm going to now hit the expand, and I'm going to do it from up here. And now that it's expanded, once you hit expand, nothing much seems to change except for that you're done. Now it's all vectors, right? You don't have anymore the original photo, which I have been working on the original photo this whole time. I'm gonna bring it in again and do it with black so I can show you how to deal with that black, because I doubt that many of you guys did the black version. So let me bring it one more time over here, and this is the original photo one last time. And then I'm gonna do, oh, come on. I hate, have I said enough times how I hate working with the with my finger on the touchpad? I hate it. Okay, so I'm gonna image trace this one, and I'm gonna leave the black on this time and my automatic version I don't like. So which mode I'm gonna go in? I'm gonna go for this one. I'm gonna just choose 6 colors, because yeah, I do a 6 color version because that one there has many more colors. And when it's done, I'll hit expand, and then I'll have 2 versions of my expanded earth. And then I'm going to check in with you guys, and if everyone has the same 2 versions of expanded earth, then we will continue. But first, there we go. So that's my earth now with only 6 colors, and now I'm going to say expand, boom, expand, and that's it. Now I have expanded. Okay, and so this is I believe this is my 16 color version, and this is my 6 color version. See how there's less tones in my green is just 1 tone, and here I had a bunch of tones for my green. All right. Once you got to this place where you have an expanded version, I'm going to save, by the way, because we've been doing so much here that if we don't save and something happens, we're going to lose it. So I'm going to call this one image trace. Practice. And I'm gonna save that. All right, so yes, Moni?
So since I don't have that option to color, I did do the ignore white. And it did give me then.
Hold on. Your voice is breaking up. I heard you say you don't have what?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
So since I don't have the choice of choosing what color, I just have the ignore white, which is what I did.
Yeah.
I was able to then actually get just the earth by itself. It turned the background, well, it vectorized it, so and then I could delete the background.
That's what I was trying to show, that if it becomes, that's what I was gonna show right here. You can always just leave it being a color and get rid of it. It just then will use only 11 colors if you chose 12 or 5 colors to work on your image. That's all. But yeah, what I'm going to show in the next one is how now you can just select that one and delete it. But I'm going over here on this slide, on mine, which has the good old auto detect. And I haven't tried the auto detect on this computer yet to see what auto detect means on my one that you guys don't have. All right, so I'm going to clean out your answers. Some of you might have answered my question, but again, when I ask something and then I talk, yes, if you have a traced earth expanded and it's now vectorized.
How do you place the picture again? Kind of forgot.
You go up to File.
Okay, File.
Place. Somewhere in the middle-ish.
Place. Got it.
Okay. Cool.
Diana, would you repeat the numbers for the second earth, please?
I think that one's just a 6 color. The second one I made. Yeah, the one with less colors is a 6 color version. You know what I love about this new version that I'm having over here that none of you seem to have, and I again don't know why, is that in this version that we've been using, and for eons, the preview bugs me because it's always on. In the new version, the preview is off, and it's right. You would have to turn it on when you want it. It's like, yes, you know, I just drives me crazy that I have to keep turning it off each time that I want to see it. So yeah, that's good. All right. I'm seeing that there's a lot of people who didn't say yes. Maria, Daniel, Libby, you know, a lot of yeses that are missing. So either you haven't done it or you need help. So
I have not done it. I was outside. I'm currently cropping the picture.
Okay, then work on it, and then I'm gonna ask if you have problems, tell me. But meanwhile, let me get people some help. Vera, you were the first one to say no. So what's up and how can I help you? I can't hear you. Your sound is off. Are you trying to share?
My share.
Okay, so let me make this bigger to read your tracing may proceed slowly. That's fine. Just say okay to that. And then it can start. Yeah. Good.
Here I moved this manually because I didn't know where
Now you have it in 6 colors. Yeah.
the choices were. So by doing this, I'll get a different color, a shade of green like yours.
Yeah, I do need to clarify that each computer is doing its own choice, but yeah, there you go. See, now all the landmass is one tone of green versus all the tones of green or colors that you had before. Okay.
It loses the yellows. Okay.
It loses the yellows because with only 6 colors, it needs to make a drastic choice. And so it has to assign of the 6 colors it goes, okay, all the landmass can be just one tone of green. And then it has blues and whites, greens. I'm trying to see what else you have here. Is there 2 tones of whites? It almost feels like you only have 3. 1, 2, 3. It almost feels like you chose, oh no, the white has patches of gray in it too. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe you have 2 tones of blue to get to the 5 and 6.
Well, did that happen because of moving the slide?
Yeah, but
here?
yeah, it's fine though. As many colors as you have, it's fine. Just go ahead and say, yay, expand, and we're going to use whatever color you have. Go ahead and expand. Right now, all I want is you guys to get to an expanded version. If you got an expanded version, say okay, and then we're going to work on how to turn this into round, getting rid of that blue that you have there. Okay?
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Maybe I'm just helping people who you're done. You have it. You
So
expand.
do we go to 6 colors or 3
Whichever
colors?
you want. I have a 6, a 12. I ended up with 2 or 3. It doesn't matter. Whatever we do to it will be the same. Your choice. Do as many colors
Okay.
as you want. You can make it black and white if you want. I don't know, but I mean we're going to use it for a logo. So for the next thing that we're going to do, it has to do with type. So Libby, can I help you?
Oh, hang on a second.
Okay, and meanwhile, Anaí and Maria, you know, Nicole, if I know Nicole, you just popped in again. So if you need help right now, all I want is a trace of the earth. I don't care what kind you choose, just make a trace and then say okay and expand. That's it. So if you're good with that, then give me a yes. So I'm seeing yes from Anaí. Maria, I haven't heard from you yet. Vera, I know you're okay now. Linda, Moni, everyone else is a yes, and then Danielle's working on it. So yeah.
So the way you get the black taken off is
I'm going to do that next. Okay. So
okay.
let's get to the place where everyone has their expanded version. Oh, yeah. On the one, but I got the black taken off. It took a lot of jiggling and of choices to finally get it to select black and delete it. But yeah, I tried so many things. I'm not even sure which one worked. So I'm not going to have you do that. I'm going to show you with the color being in the background, how to deal with it. So, Libby, do you want to share your screen for me to give you a hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I got interrupted.
That's fine.
So here I am. I've got this one. Now, where do I go from here?
I'm trying to see, is that your original? No, that's already changed. So now you need to do an expand. So the expand is not in this panel, it's in the properties panel that you have hiding. Oh, you're tracing it again. Okay. Oh, but you undid the tracing now by doing that. See how you went back to the original colors?
Oh, right. Okay.
So go ahead and make another mini change somewhere and it'll then go back to there it is. Now it's tracing. So then when it's done, let's wait for it to be done. Then you have to hit the expand choice, but to see it, you're going to have to move this image trace whole panel. So go up to the top where it says image trace, the panel on the right side. No, the one that we've been using. Yeah. Grab that and drag it out of the way. Yeah. And then in the bottom there, you should see the very, very bottom, you see the expand.
Got it.
Okay. And now it's ready. Okay, so you can go close your image trace and we're done. Perfect. So everyone has traced earth. We're going to I should have had one here. And here it is. Close my eyes. I'm going to keep sharing from this one, which I like better. This sharing from here is easier for me. So I'm back to sharing from the computer that now that the image trace is dealt with, because for some strange reason it was different for you guys. By the way, have you been doing screenshots of your Apple, your tracing, your settings? Please, if you haven't and you're just waiting, please go and do that. But now here I have a version of image trace. I believe this one might be the 16 color version. So depending on the version that you have, most of us have a piece here that has some color, except for the one where I managed to get rid of it. So yours might be a deep blue or a black or something. And if I delete it, if I select that color and delete it, so let me do that, I would have to double click, double click, double click, double click until I have that. I'm going to delete also that. So if I hit delete right now, which I did, oh, hello. Why? Oh, because it turned it into a compound. Yeah, so if I double click all to the point, yeah, I was just looking at something. If I double click all the way in, right? Oh, did I undo my trace? I think I undid my trace when I went one too many, so let me try again. Give me a second. I undid one time too many. So I need to select my thing and let it have a trace again. Sorry, this is the one that looks different than you guys. So yeah, I'm gonna go with them colorless. So it traces it at 15 just because I need to get it done. When I do Command Z, I went all the way back and undid my trace. So I'm doing it again. Because what I was showing you, and hopefully you got there, double click on that back, on that black, whatever your background is. And then we're gonna delete it and get rid of it. For those of you who have a dark blue, which I have here on my other screen, because I did only the 6 color version, then we first need to take a sample of that color, because black is black, right? But the sample of the other color. Okay, so now expanding. Okay, good. Now I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay, so I wanted to select the black and get rid of it, but part of this ocean is also black. So when I did that, I lost the ocean. That's okay. For those of you who have a tone that's not black, first we take a sample of this color. How do we sample this color? Especially if it's not black. But if it's black, it might even be a not pure black. It might even be a deep, deep blue. Let's take this eyedropper. So now this is for everyone. Take an eyedropper and sample this color. And so that what you did just ended up right there. Okay, that sample of this color, whichever blue it might be, ended up right there. So now let's, it also ended up right here. So if you sample a color, you see it in 2 places, here and here. I'm going to go over here where it says appearance, and I should be in swatch mode. If you're not, for any reason, go to make sure you're in swatch mode. And then that's a color that I want to create a swatch for. So let's go to this little plus sign, say new swatch, and let's call this one ocean or something like that, because it'll represent the ocean later. And boom, there it shows up. Okay, I'm going to show you again what I did for those that might have gotten lost. I'm going to start all over again. I'm going to please. Sorry, I went one too many backwards, and again, it's retracing. All right, that's all right. It's retracing. Since it's automatic, when I hit that, it just does it. Like I can't undo that it's redoing it. So, but I already had it done. So why is it doing it again? You know what? Let me just stop. No, it needed to do it. It needed to do it. Okay. Which one is this version? Let me go to the lesser color version, since that's an example that we need now. So if you picked up that color, okay, that's what we're going to use to recreate it after we get rid of the background, because we just want the moon. And so we're going to have to get rid of the background. But if we get rid of that background and it's one of our important colors, we're also going to lose the ocean. Let me clean your answers so that next time Takes so long. I will not trace this again. Right. So this is an example. I purposely chose the 6 colors this time. Okay, and expand, because now I want to have something that clearly is not black. Okay, but so I'm going to hold eyedropper, sample this. Okay, sample this color. And then over here, I'm going to go ahead and say plus, and again, I'm going to just call it oceans. So there I have that color. When you are here, let me know. And I haven't saved it on this computer, so let me save. So let me, call it something different than the other name, because the other one is the one I'm doing on the other computer. Okay, so once you're here, what we can do, there's 2 ways to do that. You can double click your way in, or we can temporarily, if you trust that you're not going to get move anything, you can ungroup. Over here in this Illustrator, I don't have the little contextual bar, so I have to go over here, but you might have an ungroup right there. I'm going to ungroup. Once you click away, you're in the situation where if you move something, you kind of mess things up, right? If you move this earth, because it's ungrouped. So now we want to do that. We want to grab this guy and hit delete. So we deleted not only the back, but we also deleted our oceans, but it's all one color. So now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to make a circle, fill it with that color and put it behind everything. And then I've got my ocean back. Does that make sense what I'm saying? If I delete the background, anything that was that color, which depending if you're 6 colors or 16 colors, you would have more or less of it, but it was all one color. So I'm going to go ahead and undo what I just did. And I want to make sure I don't get to redo this. One more undo. Okay. So here's my grouped version that I finished expanding. I wanted to get rid of this background. And one way to do it was to ungroup and then select it. That's kind of the easiest. The other way was to handle it by double clicking, double clicking, double clicking, double clicking until I'm only here. And then that's when I hit the delete. When I hit the escape to go back, same thing has happened. I basically just got rid of my background. Those of you who got rid of your background, give me a yes. Those of you who need some help, give me a no or let me know and I will come to the rescue. I shall be the fire person. Okay, I am seeing a hand. Yes, Maria.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, let me wait, stop your share or you'll be told that you can't share. Okay, go ahead. All right.
I'm here, I'm saving the color, but when I try to, okay, now select.
Hold on. I want to see, go ahead and click on some white area. I want to see what you have there. Because I don't see, something's happened, like you brought it to the front or trace, so the parts are kind of covered. So let's go ahead and gently, stop. Don't keep clipping,
Oh,
click on the
sorry.
white, click on the white.
Oh, the white, okay.
Yeah, to deselect everything. There. Now, one by one, so you don't do what I did, that you have to do it again. Let's do a command or control. You're on your control and then tap the Z and let's start undoing to see what happened that you lost everything. Okay. Another Z. Let's go ahead and you have all your shapes there, but not your colors. Try Z one more time. There. That's the original. Now, good. Now that's your trace. Okay. I think what happened, this is what happened. You had everything selected, you chose the color, and then all the grouped shapes got colored that way, right? So you had colored everything that dark color. So I had you back until before you did that one thing, okay? Now, let's ungroup it for, oh, it is ungrouped already, good. So click away so that you have, click on something else. Away when I say on some white, nothing. And now, since you already ungrouped it, now go and select only the background. And now that is what you hit delete. By the way, did you make your swatch already? If not, you're gonna have to make your swatch first. So
No.
select it again, then just to make sure you make your swatch. Okay, now go over to the right side where it says fill, appearance fill, click on that. And then go down to the little plus sign and make a swatch. You guys, we did a lot of color work at the very beginning, one of the first few classes, if you don't remember. This is just how to make a new swatch. Say, okay, now you've got that one sealed. Good. Now you can hit delete and get rid of that dark box. So just hit your delete key. Now your delete key on your keyboard, get to get rid of.
Okay, to Control D. No,
No, just
delete.
Just
Okay.
delete. You want to get rid of that box. There you go. You just want to get rid of it. You're exactly where I am right now,
Mhm.
but you have saved the color, and now we're going to make a circle. And if you guys want to start on it, for those of you who got there, make a circle that's exactly that same size. And if you don't know how to do it, I'll show you how to do it. But otherwise, for now, you can do that. But before you do that, select every part of this ocean again and group it again, because anything else you do will be a mess. Well, so now select everything, go all the way. No, you didn't select. Come on, say no. Oh,
I don't know what happened.
oh, VDI just crashed on you.
Yes.
Because we're using a lot. This is making the computer think a lot. But you were right there. You were like a second away from being done. So go ahead and don't worry about the apple, whatever. Just bring in the earth and recreate that while I help some other people, and then trace it. And then if you need my help, I'll help you again. Who's next? Candace. After we're done with this and we got the ocean, the earth the way we want it, we're going to go on our break. But let's see. Okay, so
I think I was in the same place as Maria. Originally,
yeah.
everything was blue, but I went back.
You went back, yeah, and that's because I forgot to say that you have to click away to stop having everything selected, and then select only the ocean, so that then when you change it, otherwise when you have a group, right, and you choose a color, everything in the group changes into that color, right? So yeah, so now select, make sure you have the swatch made, which I think you do, because there's a, now click away.
Okay.
You know, and now select only your blue. Looks like you have it, maybe you have only a 3-color version because it's in a lot more places, and then hit your delete key.
Does it look, is this right?
Yeah, and you could have done it with a single, you're going into isolation mode, but you could have even deleted it as long as you're ungrouped from there, but never mind, just delete, like get rid of it. Get rid of that blue.
Pushing delete.
Delete key on your keyboard.
Yeah.
Not working? Or can you use a delete from here? I don't think. Could to get rid of it. You don't have a keyboard, a delete key on your keyboard?
No, I do. I've been pushing it. I'm pushing it.
Okay, so then
No.
I think that worked. No,
I think I got rid of the green.
you got rid of more than that. So just undo. So maybe by when you were moving on things, you were selecting the wrong thing. Just leave isolation mode. First, hit undo and escape. I want to see. I think there's something else that got messed up. So hit undo until we see the whole earth again. Or just hit escape to leave isolation mode. Escape on your keyboard to leave isolation. There we go. We have the colors. Okay. Is this grouped? No. Click away. Click away. It says expand shape. Okay, now select again, and I'm looking at your other tools to make sure. Select the blue only, like from there. And what does it say on the right? Does it say ungroup anywhere? I'm trying to see if you have this group. It says ungroup. Yeah, so you haven't grouped it yet. So go say ungroup. Yeah, that's why you were deleting everything at the same time. Click ungroup. Yeah. Good. Now click away, because at first everything is still selected. And now select only the blue. There you go. Now hit your delete key. It's just that, or the cut. You selected the wrong thing. Undo.
Oh, no. I
Click
selected
away.
the wrong thing.
No, you grouped it again. So go to ungroup. See the fact that it says ungroup again, that means that it's grouped again. Okay, now click in on the white. And now go select the blue, and then before you delete, drag it out for a second. Just move it to make sure that it's the right thing. Just drag, click, and move it. It's very slow, but it looks like it's the right thing. I think it's, yeah, keep moving.
My computer's lagging.
Yeah, I know. So it's hard when you're on. But yeah, it looks like it's moving only the blue and it's leaving everything behind. So yeah, all you need to do now is, I'm going to stop your share because sharing does make it lag a lot. You can hit the delete key, and or if the delete isn't working, you can say cut. You like doing the cut. I saw that you like doing right clicks. I'm going to say cut, which will delete it. It'll put it in your memory, but it will delete it. And as long as you don't paste it again, it'll disappear.
My computer's just thinking.
What's that?
My computer's just thinking, but I will do that when I can.
So doesn't it, you know, when you zoom and share your screen, it's even slower. But if your computer is having a hard time with this, maybe that's your answer a bit to what you were saying, whether it's, you know, oh no, you're on VDI. Yeah, VDI is an example of a slow computer. No, your computer will probably be fine. All right, good, it worked. Okay, Vera.
Okay, let me share it because when I delete, the entire thing deletes.
Yeah, I'm thinking you guys, okay, right now everything turned blue, so we need to undo this. So Command Z, or you're on a Mac, yeah, so Command or Control Z.
But that's not going back.
What?
I'm sorry, escape.
No, Command or Control Z, you need to undo or go up to edit undo. Yay.
I don't have that option. Oh, undo. Undo group.
Undo group, you've grouped your things again. Keep undoing it. I don't, until you get back all your colors that you have to keep undoing. That's why I like the shortcut, because you'll have to go back and hit edit, undo, edit, undo. There we go. You got your colors back. And you went too far, but that's okay. This happened too many times.
Can I stop it in the middle?
Yeah, no, because you need it to do it. No, now you're gonna have to do it. Don't stop it. Since you went back, sorry, what happens is you went back so many times that you undid your expand, right? So in order to come back, either you go redo, or you just like basically retrace it, which is what you're doing now. But I think you're tracing it in.
This time I didn't touch it.
In many colors mode. You have 30 colors, so it's okay, but it'll be traced. And then when you're done, hit expand. It's not done yet. There you go. Hit expand. Go over there to expand. Perfect. You're done. Get rid of your image trace box. And now, so there's one last thing. Now you need to ungroup this. Okay, so hit ungroup from any of the many places that you see ungroup. Good. Now, here's the thing, guys. When everything is grouped and ungrouped, you're still selecting everything. So now you need to deselect. Okay, so go click on some nothing on gray area. Deselect. Good. Now you can select only the black ocean because now that is separate. Okay.
But see, look at that. When I selected it, it appears to be the whole box.
Yes, because you're selecting the entire background is blue. So it is the whole box. But now if you notice, there's a little blue line around the ocean, which means, yes, you, in fact, if you want to just move it out right now, and you'll see that it'll move and it'll be only that. So yeah, keep going. That's what we're trying to get rid of. So keep going. That's fine. I'm trying to get rid of this layer. I'm just trying to make sure you have the color saved first. So go to, before you get rid of it, go to the fill choice and make your swatch. So go to that plus sign. I should have probably demonstrated this first. And then either call it something or say, okay, then you guys would know what I'm trying to do. Okay, now hit delete. Get rid of this box finally.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I see.
Now you're exactly where we're going to be. Now we're going to make a circle filled with that tone of blue and put it behind this. And so the ocean will come back in. Okay. but for now, save so you don't lose what's happening. And yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be doing, what you're doing now. All right, who else do I need to help? Danielle?
I'm currently in the same spot. Like, I'm actually outside. But I'm in the same spot. I can't seem to take off the black background.
All right, so can you share your screen?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm walking back inside right now.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I totally understand. I somehow forgot to let my dog out last night, and we had a very unpleasant discovery in the morning. So yeah, I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
the dog needs to
Yeah.
go.
We came out, but it seems like he wanted to come out again real quick. So I'm heading back
All
inside
right, guys, I'm going to clear your answers, and I'm going to assume now that everyone got it unless you say no. Or no, let's everyone say yes again. That way I know for sure who need to help. Okay, Libby's next. So then
Diana?
I'm gonna have Libby, can you share? While we're waiting for Daniel to come back in, Libby, can you share your screen? And then you were saying something, Anaí?
Yes, I was just gonna say if I could share my screen. I'm like halfway through taking off the background, but I'll just let Libby and maybe I can catch on from there. Do it.
All right, so here we go. Libby, you have the background selected. Perfect, I can see.
Right.
Did you make your new color yet? Go to fill. And yeah, you made your new color. There it is. You have it twice. Cool. So now you can get rid of that. So now hit your delete key. Or yeah, do you have a key in your keyboard that says delete?
Did that do it? I hit delete. Oh, there it goes.
Perfect. You're ready. You're in the spot I am.
Yay.
And then that gives you a yes. Anaí, what was your question again? You were somewhere, but not yet.
Yeah, I was trying to take out the background, but then I think I was kind of slow following how to take it off. I don't know if I like have to delete it or.
Yeah, so I just go to my keyboard and hit the delete key once it's selected, right? I noticed that when you do a right click, there's no delete there, but there might be a cut. If you cut, it just goes into your memory, but it disappears. So it's a roundabout way of deleting. Danielle, are you ready to share? I'm gonna give you guys, finish this and give you guys all a break. Okay, share your screen, Danielle. All right. So now you're still not there. Yours looks like it's still grouped. So go ahead and hit escape so you leave the isolation mode that you're in so that we can tell. I'm not sure yet if it's grouped or not, but I need you to get it out of isolation mode. So hit your escape key to leave isolation mode.
I hit the escape.
But you're still in isolation mode. So then go up at the top. Yeah, there. All right. Did you save the color as a go to your properties panel?
I have not done any of that.
So okay, so you don't have that yet. All right, so that looks like you still have it grouped. So scroll down on your properties panel, scroll down. You still have it, you haven't expanded. That's why it's still a trace.
Oh, okay.
Hit expand. That's why nothing is happening. Hit expand. Good, now hit ungroup. Good. Now click somewhere else to unselect everything. And now go back and select only the blue, the deep blue.
Do I double tap the blue or?
No, you're fine. Select. Now go to the fill. Yep. And save this color. Do a little plus sign at the very bottom. And if you want to call it ocean or something like that, you're welcome to do that. And if not, earth blue, perfect, say okay. And now you can delete this box. Go ahead and hit your delete key on your keyboard. There you go. Now you had only a 3-color version, right? So this looks horrible, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's that you have when you put the blue circle beneath of the same color that you already made, it will fill in a bunch of places because you only had 3 tones. That's okay. So you're ready. Whichever version everyone has, we're all ready to go. Is that true, right? We're all ready to go? I think
So is there any way I could change the way it is now, a 3-piece to a 6-piece?
No.
Or do I have to go through the?
You would have to do a new
Okay.
expand, bring it in again and expand again.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and share again, and then we'll do this last step. All right, and the last step is, first things first, I'm going to group everything again, because the last thing I want is to suddenly have one of these pieces move away, right? So we're going to group everything again, which I already did. Yeah. And then, why, there must be something there. Why is it going that far? Should be only holding this, but you know what? I'm going to be okay with it. All right, so now let's go to the circle, the ellipse tool, the shapes. Okay. And we're going to, in order to do this the easiest way, it would be great if we make it right there. But at first, it might be hard to know exactly how to make it. So just pull out a circle over here and hold down your shift key. And it'll be the color of what used to be your, supposed to be your ocean. It'll be that, right? Because that's the one that you just made. So that's the one that's pre-selected. But in case it isn't, go ahead and select that and choose the color that you just made, right? The ocean color. And now it's not perfect yet. It's not the right size, but I'll put it over here and wait until I get those lines here, right? To intersect ideally in a way that's showing me that I've got it right centered. But if it's not, no biggie, we'll keep working on it. Now I'm going to shift to hold it proportional and option so that it grows from the middle. And I'm going to keep growing it. And I can see now that it wasn't exactly right. You can see how it's not. So now I can just move it again. I can use my arrows to tab over a little bit until it's where I think was the center again. And then again, I make it a little bit bigger until I think I've got it in the right spot, right? And it might not completely, but we'll know when I put it in the bottom. So I'm going to go over here to my layers. And I'm going to grab this guy, right? I'm going to put it underneath my group. That's my earth. And now when I let go, I have recreated that piece that was attached to the background that I had to select, and I'm done. And if I turn this on and off, I can see that it's fine because my circle is almost exact. Maybe I want to move it a tad to the right or to the left, but I don't, you know, right, to see if it's absolutely perfect. But yeah, so if perchance I think it might need to go a little bit more to the right or to the left, I can nudge with my arrows, you know, up and down. I'm using my arrows right now to nudge it. If I can see it's way too big, then I can still make it a bit smaller. The key is to have your option and your shift in your hands so that when you move it in or out, it moves from the center and in proportional manner. So now you go up and down until you find that it seems to cover what you need. And then when you're ready, this is still now not safe because you have one group that's all that and one group that's that. Like if I move that, I separate it again, right? So I need to select both again. There you go. And I can group it again. And now, there you go. Now that's my ocean with my color that I have reviewed. So that is what I'm hoping you all can do. I did notice that I'm seeing why I'm getting something up there. It looks like there's this line path that was left over. So I'm going to select everything and I'm going to ungroup again. And there's this line that was probably part of the scan, that was probably part of the image. That if I hit delete, it's gonna, I'm grouping that. Let me see. There you go. There's a little line there. There we go. That was giving me some weird stuff. Okay. So it's probably the scan. And so now I'm going to group again. And there we go. I have my perfect little ocean. Now I'm going to save this, but I'm going to go and either help or do it again on my other computer so that I can redo it. If you did it and you're fine, then you can go on break, but I'm going to call the 15 minutes when I'm done helping. So it might take a little bit more than 15 minutes once I'm done helping people do this. If you did it, give me a yes. If you didn't do it, give me, and you need my help, give me a no or raise your hand. All right, so Vera, go ahead. Yours was your first little, yay, Libby, clap, clap, clap. All right. Vera. All right, I'm looking at your thing. Here we go. All right, so let's make a circle. First of all, I want to make sure that all this is grouped. Can you go into your properties panel? You're in your layers panel. We're going to ignore that for a minute. Go to your properties panel. Yeah, and you need to group this so that you don't mess it around. So go down to the group button and group it. Cool. Now go choose, click away, and then go select your elliptical shape tool. Oh, see, she has it again. You'll have it. That's, look at, wait. There's something, see that blue line that's on the top there? That blue line is the one that was bugging me. So actually, can you ungroup again one more time? Select and ungroup. I'm going to have you deal with it first instead of second. Yeah, select and, oh, you hadn't grouped, so you did ungroup. Okay, so ungroup. Okay, now click away. No, I want it ungrouped. So you went and clicked it back and forth and back, and now you have to ungroup again. Just select it. You don't have to select all across. Just clicking on the earth will ungroup. So go to ungroup. If it says ungroup,
Okay.
I mean ungroup, right? So I want it to be ungrouped. So click on the word ungroup.
Okay.
Perfect. Now click away so that we deselect. And now go grab that top line. There's a little line way at the top. Select that, and you might need to do a little, you know, net to catch it because it's so tiny that you might not see it. And it, yeah, you just yeah, go for it. Just as much as you touch a teeny bit of it. You don't need to go all around it, but okay. There you go, let go. And now hit your delete key. We're gonna get rid of that. It's probably part of the scan that the photo had a line. It happened to me too.
Delete.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you clicked away again, so yeah. Go ahead and select it. When I see the handles that you had before, it's gonna be selected, yeah. You had it selected before. I don't know why it's not selecting now.
Should I try it below here? No.
Go ahead and try to click on it. You had it before. It's so funny. Click. I don't know. Did you regroup or a group or something? Like, go ahead and select the or the earth. Select the earth again. Oh, that's good. Now you left the other one behind. See how you're not selecting those two lines? Go ahead and say group. Go ahead and say group right now. Okay, now put your mouse over the green earth and move it to the next page, and you'll leave the other two things behind. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of, I don't know why those two lines are there. If you can go and try to figure it out later, fine. But for now, I'm going to leave those two lines. And now here, click away, right? Click on the neutral, and now go choose your round. Oh, have you saved the color yet? I think you had saved the color, right?
I had saved the color.
Okay, as long as you saved it, you're fine. It's not there now because you're not selecting anything. Go ahead, choose your circle. Go choose this circle. No. Click away again. Choose your circle tool, ellipse tool. Make a circle tool. Yeah, that one. All right. And now go ahead and on the gray area somewhere outside, it doesn't matter, click and drag and start making a circle. Okay. That's good enough. We don't know until we get it on top. And now go to the fill and fill it with your ocean. Yeah. Okay. Now go and put this first, choose your selection tool because you're in make circle tool. And for now, put it kind of on top and see if you can find some kind of intersect. That might be good enough. Now go to your layers and move it to the bottom. And see the top thing is your lips, move it one under. Yeah, down. You put it inside. Do undo again because you put it in the group instead of, yeah, grab it again on the top of the ellipse and drag it all the way down under the word that says group. Keep going, start dragging, there, let go, perfect. And now you can see that it wasn't actually centered because it's a little bit off. So now grab it from the one corner, from the top corner, top right corner, hold on your shift key and make it a little bit smaller. There you go. And then, you know, jiggle it on and off. And if you think it's don't forget to hold your selection tool because it should stay as, and now since it's looking good, select all of it and group again. Perfect. And now I want the mystery of that line solved on the other side. See if you can grab. No, you're done. You're done. It's got to be grouped. Don't ungroup anything. You're fine. I'm just click away. You don't want to get rid of this. This is perfect. You're done. This is the earth you have. I was just trying to see on the artboard that's empty in the middle. I was trying to see what those lines were. The middle artboard, right? You have a blank white artboard and trying to see what those art thing was, but I'll let you explore. Right now, you're done. You've got the ocean with a background. You're good to go. Libby. Save. Go ahead and save. Libby? Yeah, perfect. All right. Okay, so I think this is your whole earth that turned all dark blue. This is your expanded one, right? Or is the one no, this is your earth. This is the circle you just made in order to tell me where you're at. I need to know where you're at.
I made the black. I used the color that I'd saved and made a circle and it's on top. And now I'm at the layers point where I'm not sure what to do.
So then I'm just looking, it's just that the rest is not grouped. So that's your problem.
Oh, okay.
And so go ahead and let's use something else, which will work anyway. Go ahead and right click. See on the layers, since you didn't group the rest of the world is tiny little bits and pieces. So
Yeah.
now go ahead and get all the way down to arrange, which is in the very bottom portion, and then say send to back.
Ah,
Okay. And now you can jiggle it around, move it around, and then select everything and group everything. Be careful because your landmass is not, right now is not grouped. So, okay, you might need to go and make it a little bit smaller. Put your mouse on the far right corner. No, far right corner, top right. Yep. Yeah. And now hold down the shift key and make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, now maybe a little bit bigger. Yeah, because you're leaving the lines of the ocean. So maybe try it a bit bigger again. Okay, so then it needs to be centered more. Go down again, tap with your arrows, right? Tap down a few times because we need to get that last little line in. There you go. Good, and maybe now to the right because I'm seeing on the top you have like a little, no, sorry, to the right would be the other way. Yeah, to the right, one more. So you're seeing the bit of green and then up again. I have a feeling that at some point you went out of round because you're getting, okay, now that it looks like you're round, it's in the right place, go back to the top corner. Right, top right corner, because that's where it's a bit too big. And now holding shift key, make it minutely smaller. And now, okay, minutely smaller. Okay, and now tap the key to go upwards, nudge it upwards a little bit. No, just the arrow keys, nudge it up and up. Yeah, and okay, one down. And now one to the right, the right arrow. To cut, yeah, keep one more. There you go. Now you've got all of the islands and everything covered. See, you don't have anything sticking out. Good. Now, click away and then select all of it. Not right. So go, since you have it all ungrouped. So start from the very top of this white and select everything to make sure that you grab every single thing that's on there. Yep.
and now
drag. Click and drag and select everything. Yeah. Keep going all the way to the bottom. Okay. Now say group. No.
Oops.
Okay. No. Don't do anything yet to it.
Okay, let me try again.
Yeah. Select everything and group it. Don't even budge anything until it's grouped because, yeah, let go. Good. And now hit the group button, which is right there.
Got it.
Cool. Now it's saved and it's all one group.
Thank you.
You are welcome. All right. I think by now everyone is either gone or has already taken a break, or you're waiting for me to tell you. So I'm gonna now count 15 minutes. It's 12. I'm gonna write down, be back at 12:15. Be back at 12:15 p.m. And let's take our 15-minute break. When we come back, everyone has this little birth set up and ready to go. Hey.
All right, guys, it's 12:15. I've been playing around with Illustrator instead of taking my break, but I just remembered something and I wanted to show you. So whenever you're back, give me signs of life. Okay, that was me. I hope it didn't break, dropping something from my desk. Okay, so I'm just remembering, and I'm going to share the screen with you while people are rejoining us. Let me. Reshare. How many of you guys remember this poster? The Hope poster from that campaign. It was this technique that we're doing from this photo, right? And it was iconic, and it became this image that made the artist bazillions of dollars. Then this article, the reason I'm showing this is it was from an article where he was sued because he used a photograph that he didn't have the right to use because it belonged to someone else and he didn't pay. So they want money for the fact that they used that photo, fair use. This is whole like licensing complication, which is why there's, for us artists, there's been a lot of going around on that. But the whole point is, beyond that, is that here's my example. I screenshot this photo. That's what I did during my break as I'm taking a break. Look at me. And I pasted it into Illustrator, and I ran it through the image trace, and it comes up with, I was just doing different color changes. It comes up, I think I did it, redo. It does it in the colors that it found, and then you can select and replace the colors with this red, green, and blue kind of version. And it's not, you know, they simplified it, deleted it, and I believe this was actually oil painted then and resimplified or whatever, but that's the same idea. You know, this kind of art has been done for a while, but this is Illustrator doing it for us. Let me just say that I remember now, I haven't thought about this in years, but my son's best friend was running for school president at the Santa Barbara Junior High. And so my son took a picture in this position of his friend, and they came to me and said, "Mom, can you help me?" And I said, "Oh, sure." And I just ran it through this, chose, I guess it's 6 colors. I'm trying to remember how many colors it was, and I have it somewhere where I did it, but I think it's like gray, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's 6 tones. And then you assign them, and there you go. And he ran with that as a poster. And no, he did not win, but anyway, just saying. Or did he? You know what? He might have won. Yeah, my son ran in an elementary school and he didn't win, but his friend then, Daniel was his name, he actually did win. Anyway, just a little tidbit. But yeah, that doesn't mean that then you, like a lot of people use the digital material to be inspirational, and then out of that you can go and paint it with your oil paints or whatever if you're a regular analog artist, so to say, or whatever. Okay, so this is the version where I still don't have my apple done, but I have my ocean. Let's go ahead and my earth, copy it, and make sure you've grouped it, right, so that it's one thing. Let's group it. And then let's start a new file, new. And I'm going to say okay to the same one. That way it keeps on coming up with 5 artboards and 5 inches. And let's go ahead and paste that somewhere. I'm going to put it on the last board so it's there for when we want to need it. That way we don't have to worry about whether we lose the other one. And you can go ahead and change the colors of the ocean, right? You can select all the blue and make it lighter, darker, all the green. I think this version that I chose here is the one that was only 3 colors, or is it 6 colors? On the other version, I had made, in the other computer, I did it in 2 or 3 different versions. Just the only reason I want to analyze is a little bit more, not to analyze it to the death, but you have to be careful because we're going to be working on some logos now. how complicated a logo might be. And no, the Earth isn't going to be our logo. We're going to just do some other work with it. But imagine if this were a logo, which it isn't, but if this were a logo has to be simplified. And if I were to go down, 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 and put this in a business card, that's just a little blob, right? It's not like you can't tell it's the Earth. If you see it with a certain amount of detail, it is. So I recommend not considering using a very complicated image nor a photograph ever for logos. And if you're going to do a photograph, run it through the process so that it's as simplified as I just showed you that Barack Obama poster, so that when you go small, it's still distinguishable. And you have to test your logo and little icon business size, little icon thumbnail for an internet, and then really big, for letterhead. You got to kind of go up and down to look at something if it were going to be your logo, to make sure that it's appropriate. I did not prepare this for a logo, but what I do want to say is that original photo, I couldn't have done anything more than a certain size, but this one, forevermore, as long as I hold my control sheet, I can make it as humongous or as tiny as I want, and it'll hold all the detail, and it'll be sharp, and it'll be useful for anything else. Oh, I haven't saved on this computer yet, so let me save. Oh, this is the new one. Okay, so let's save this new file. I'm going to call it world, and you'll see why. And okay, and now we're going to ignore that because we're going to go to the first page, and we're going to go ahead and our type tool. And this is going to be point type. Remember, we went for point type and area type. We're going to point out, meaning we're just going to click one time. The word Lorem Ipsum is going to come out, and we're going to write the word world in uppercase. And that's it. And then I'm going to zoom in to this page, front page, and we're going to start from here. Once everyone has done this and you're set to begin, give me a yes. And there is a question from Candace. How many more days will those of us on VDI still have access after today? As long as you remain a Santa Barbara City College student, you will have access. But the question is, well, class is over. Am I still a student? Yep, you're a student for a whole year. So say that you took a class in the fall and don't take a class in the spring. Up until next fall, you'll be considered a student. But by next fall, if you haven't taken one in the 2 main semesters, even if you took summer classes, the ones that matter are fall and spring, then you stop having access to pipeline and all that. But as long as you have access to pipeline, you have access to VDI. Okay, so great, glad you asked that. So it's a matter of accessing pipeline to be able to enter VDI. It's not at all anything to do with the applications or VDI itself. All right. All right, I'm waiting for yeses, and all I did is open a new file and type in the word world in uppercase. And for those of you who came in a bit later, I just copied and pasted the Earth that we made down here to one of these pages just to have it hanging around there, but we're not going to use it yet. So, Anaí, Daniel, Maria, when I say please answer, I really mean please answer, because I want to know if you're there, like if you're live and there. If you're not there.
Yeah, I just came back. I heard to type world and to copy the world or something like that.
Don't worry about copying the world. Just open a new file and type the word world. When we need the world, we can go bring it in. We won't need it yet. We're going to do a lot of text. And I'm looking at my timing. I want to make sure that we're well within time. And yes, okay, so it's good. We have a whole hour and a bit. Sometimes I forget which time each class ends, and suddenly I thought, wait, was this supposed to end at 1? Then I'm running out of time, and then I went, nope, 1:45. Phew. I have so many different ending times that I have to remind myself. Good, we're totally fine. All right, so here we go, world. I'm going to make it really big. And if you know what font size you want to make it, then you can do it. But I have no idea what font size will make it work to fit in this box. So I'm just going to grab the corner, hold down the shift key, because if I don't, okay, point type will get distorted. Hold down the shift key and make it bigger so that it's about yay big. About yay big. I want to just have it fit the edge, from edge to edge. Then I'm going to make a copy of this a few times. So I'm gonna hold on my Option key and I'm holding my Shift key so that it goes right underneath. And let me see if I can fit 4 copies of this. That would be nice. 4 copies of it. Yeah, I got 4 copies of this. And so there we go. Now I can separate them a little bit more. Cool. We're gonna hit 4 copies of this. This is all text, right? So it's meaning it's all completely the same word, the same font, the same everything 4 times. And once you have this 4 times, and I'm going to help people if they didn't get to this, but keep the first one as is, which is the font is the Myriad Pro, because that's kind of what happens. All the rest, we're going to try to find a font that we think we like, as long as it's relatively fat, that would be good. But you don't have to. You can play around, and then when you decide, so this one, for example, even though it's exactly the same size, because of the way the font is, it doesn't fit. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it in a little bit by making it a little bit smaller. Again, holding the Shift key to not distort. And let's do that to a few words, and we're going to make this into an illustration. And so maybe you want to have like this might not work, something like that. This would definitely not work. So let's find a couple of different fonts that are big enough, interesting enough for us to play with. And that's why I made 2 or 3, because if you like one, then leave it there and keep going to find another one. And I do not care what you work on. People have different flavors and different tastes. But notice, I'm going to choose 2 that at the top of my mind, if I don't think any differently, they look very similar to start with, these 2 big fat texts. But if you really begin to pay attention, look at how big the inside of this D is and how tiny the big of the O and how tiny this O is. So there's difference, you know, and sometimes you might not originally see it because outwardly they give us the same aspect, so to say. But go ahead and give us a couple of different, and ideally maybe find, here I get 2 that are relatively similar, find 2 that are a little bit different. 2 or 3 that are a little bit different. And don't tie yourself to any particular kind. It doesn't matter. I'm going to go with this one next. So for the thing that I'm going to do next, I don't really care if it's fat or not. I just want you guys to, and as a sample of what I want to teach you right now, this is wonderful. So if you guys want to practice what I am going to teach right now, big Caslon medium, this is a good one. So if you have big Caslon medium and you choose one of those, it represents what I'm going to teach you really well. Okay, so now I'm going to sit here and wait for everyone to, let me clear your answers, for everyone to give me a yes, that you got 4 worlds in one way or another. And if you need help, let me know. If you didn't like the hold it with Option and drag, then just copy paste, copy paste, copy paste until we get about, you know, 4 worlds, and then play around with different fonts. If you can make one be big Caslon medium, I know that what I'm going to teach you will work, but you'll see why next. But if not, just make 4, hopefully slight different fonts, very, very different fonts, even though I didn't do that here, but I want to show you something with this. And then I want a yes. Okay, so everyone give me a yes if you wrote it 4 times. Let me see, where are we going? Shelly did say that, Vera did it, Maria did it, Danielle, and Anaí did it. Okay, so Danielle, we're waiting for you. Nicole is in and out of meetings, so I'm not sure. Are you there? You're not there, just to know whether to call on you. And then Jinsu. Okay, so basically right now, everyone except for Jinsu has said yes, and Nicole, which might not be there. She had like a ton of meetings today and she was in and out, but she'll watch the recording next. So thanks for the try. Oh, but some of you weren't here at the beginning. Oh, what font is this one? Big Caslon medium. And if you don't have it, don't worry. That was just because it represents the problem that I'm going to show you really well. Moni?
So just for people who don't have it, Georgia is kind of similar.
Georgia, okay. So if I were to select this and turn it in, and if you're looking for something specific, you don't need to start dragging all the way to the J's. You can select the name, select the name, and then write Georgia, and yeah, there it is. It came up, and I click on it, And that's the one that she said is kind of similar. And yeah, see, they are basically serifed fonts that have some of the similar goodness and badnesses of it. I'm going to undo again so that so I go back to the one I had. I'm going to go ahead and choose a different one of these guys. Well, no, because I want to show you something and then I'll choose something different. Okay. Let me clean your answers. All right, so here's the thing I wanted to show you first. Let's analyze something about these guys. And when you see all of them at once, it might be a bit harder to see. But let's start with the one that I told you is the one that's easiest to see the problem down here. Some of you who took my class yesterday might know what I'm talking about. If so, keep yourselves a bit quiet for a second while I let other people think it through. And I'm going to just, it's easier if you don't see the rest. I'm going to just show you that so that you don't get mistaken with that. Look at this guy and tell me how it looks. Does it look good? Is it a good word? What do you think? Got it, Jinsu, thank you, you're listening. Okay. Good or bad? Do you like how that works? Does it read well?
No, the R and the L are crunched.
Yeah, the R and the L kind of are connected. Perfect. Anything else? Time to speak up. Nothing's right or wrong. It's whatever you think. It's like, oh, looks good to me. In fact, if it looks good to you, give me a yes. If you think something's a little bit off, give me a no. That way I can get feedback from all of you. So while I'm waiting for some answers that some people are answering and some people are not, let me then keep going, because the spacing between these letters is kind of awful. And if you're not sure, look away, open your eyes and then look back and you kind of can see it again because our eyes get accustomed to things, right? And not only are the R and L touching, which might or not be a problem depending on how you like it, but the O in this case seems to have way too much space on both sides between the W and the R, right? In comparison to others, like it would seem that these are much closer, like visually, if I point it out and you start to think about it, it works. And one trick I do, make it really big like this and then kind of squint so that you're looking kind of through your eyelashes. And then when you look at it, you don't see the letters anymore and you begin to see spaces. And sometimes that helps a little bit more to not know what it's saying. A little bit like the idea of lorem ipsum, which is in Latin. So you don't know what it's saying, so you can look at the shape and the flow of it. Same with this, which we do know what it says and we can't help but read the word world. Now, I'm going to bring back the rest and let's see what happens with the rest. If I look at these others, I'll notice that in this case, the R and the L are also touching right there, but in a very similar font like that one, the R and the L aren't touching. And if I look at the top one, and again, we have so many in a row that it might be harder to see, but the top one has this weird thing where the D seems to be a bit further than the R and the L. The W is not as bad. The O and the R here is good, but the W seems a bit further. So I'm talking about the internal space of the letters. And in fact, now that I look at it without knowing which one would be, it looks like this one's actually pretty nicely spaced just as is. Maybe a bit more on the W's, but the rest not. Now this tends to happen more with when you go from a flat letter to a circular letter, and then back you have the R's, and then you have this little L. So depending on the word that we work on, it might have more or less problems. But if this were to be your logo or your headline in your article, and you were to use this one, hopefully by now you can see by looking at the others, when you look back at this one, you go, oh yeah, that looks kind of weird, right? And that there, because these are touching, and these are too far, and da, da, da. So we're gonna fix the spacing. So right now this is text, okay? This is all text still, so we're gonna use our type tool. And I'm gonna go and click between the W and the O. And you guys might have it even worse on some of your letters, or just better, or none of you might have shown this problem, but then use any of them to practice this. And my cursor is between the W and the O. So I'm gonna go to all my character keys, which I believe I hid. Where did I hide them? Oh, here we go. I didn't hide them. I don't have them open here. It says big, capital, medium, type, VA, I'll show you what that is right now. And then there's a little 3 dots, which if you open up, you have the entire window of all the possibilities. I like having all the possibilities and I don't have to be clicking on this all the time. So this is one of those that I like to bring in, the window type for characters. I like to have all the choices. Wow. This is new. Am I getting a different box here than on the others for everyone? That one looks a little bit new, but it's missing some of the good stuff. But that's here. I'm looking at all this, so why isn't it there? Okay.
Okay, same one, got the same thing.
But it's missing. What the whole point is, I wonder what comes under these, which is the tracking and the letting, and see all of that stuff there. But it's not here. So where do they hide it in this new panel? Let me go back to window. And they change the panels. Sometimes they, no, it's just the character. It wouldn't be the styles. That's a whole different one. All right. Well, I don't know. I can't imagine that it's only here hiding in that. But you see, guys, have under the V and the A, when I click on that, I have the T, the AT, this little guy. Those are the ones uppercase that I'm missing. And then we go to the snap to glyph. And here they just jump.
You have to change the workspace to typography, and then it shows.
All right, so in which workspace am I in right now? We're in the Essentials versus Essentials Classic. Yeah, and then, yeah, I noticed just now I've been working in Essentials Classic, which might have been confusing because I think you guys were in regular Essentials. Okay, so the very farthest right little guy, that would be typography, and that gives me all the options. And I open the type window for characters. Yeah, now it gives me all the options. Okay, good. Well, there you go. That was strange to have that missing. So yeah, the different, but that was my Essentials Classic used to have it. So they're even changing what used to be Essentials Classic. That one had all the tools. Okay, typography tools. So now you'll have all the choices. That said, the only ones that I really wanted you to look at right now were those two, you know, the ones that were visible because they're most important ones. But I was just wanting to have the rest available to be able to just show you what the others are. All right, now back to this. I'm going to hold on to the type tool. Click between the W and the O. Move it up a little bit more so you can see it better. Go up a bit more. Whoops. I'm trying to drag this down so that it doesn't get hidden by all the other tabs. Okay, so click in between these two. The little icon, as you can see, is a little V/A, and that slash represents that this, which is the kerning, it's in fact, the little tooltip says set the kerning between two characters. That's the space between characters. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a bit smaller. So first of all, I'm going to make it much smaller, going to the absolute, you know, -100 here that they say, and it goes quite a bit smaller. Then I'm going to go and try the make it much bigger, which is 200%. So I'm making it, you know, much bigger or much smaller with the automatic choices. I'm going back to the one that says 0. And then notice that there's a couple of other choices that are optical, metrics, or auto. And sometimes there's a big change when you use those, and sometimes not. It's just that there's a way to do this by hand or a way to do it by sight. So when this was designed, right, the designers do as best as they can, the computer lays it the best as they can, and then that's what happens. But if you ever want to first see what the computer thinks is optical, optical means that it is the way we see it, like we might see it better. So it's an automatic way to choose what that should be. I want you to either play around with these choices and make your choice first, so I can go up to make it much less spacey, or down. Let me go back to 0. I made a mess there. I can either begin to go down, 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 and it's tiny little changes. You can barely see it, but as you go down, 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 and up, see how my O and my W are approaching. So I can start doing that until maybe I go too far, and then I go too near, then I click over to this one, and I make those go better. So that's something I can do. I can go between the R and the L and maybe separate them a little bit so that they're not touching. So I'm actually going to go up on that one until I see a little bit of space between the R and the L, right? Or I can just go over here and jump a little bit to the one that might be the best one, and then move it in or out from there. And then when you're done, hopefully you're looking at your Word, and it looks better than it did. If you don't want to do this by hand, the first thing you could do maybe is select them all and then go to this little optical and see what the computer thinks might be right. Okay, that's one thing you can do. And then you go in and you start separating yourself. And it did a pretty good job, actually. I'm still thinking that that might need to be a bit closer, but you can start from there and then fine tune it, right? Either way, this looks much better than it used to look, even if there's some more I would do. Give that a little bit more space. That one approached the O, it fills in that space, and now my world is looking better. Now this one looked really bad. That's why I wanted, if you had that font, to make it work, or Georgia. But when you go to these, you'll see that it's a little bit less. So it all depends on the character. There's always something weird. If you have an uppercase and then lowercase, there might be something weird there. So go ahead and I'm going to just select it all again and first say, instead of auto, I'll go to optical. And there you go. If you like that correction, that's good. And if you don't, then you go and click in there and start working at it. In fact, I like what the optical did to this one on its own. And let's see if it separates these. If I just, by the way, you don't have to have it selected. You can just have the selection tool selecting the box. Since it's a text box, this works too. So in this case, it joined them, but it didn't give me that separation there. So I'm going to grab the type tool, get in there myself, and then give it a tad of a separation. Although, I mean, some fonts, that's how they are. They're meant to touch. Maybe the designer wanted them. They don't always have to be. Now this bugs me that that is so thin and this is bigger. So I'd rather click in here and add a little bit of space so that I have the same distance between each one, and then also have that space be similar. I think I'm gonna add one more little space in there. So as you see, I'm just playing around giving you ideas, but depending on what you chose, you'll have a different result, right? Depending on the text and the choices that you made, you'll have a different result. So first, we're going to work on a word that's going to be some kind of a logo or a big icon, or it'll be splattered across the cover of a magazine or your report or whatever. The first thing you're gonna want to do while it's still text, and when you say, what do you mean by that? Because we're going to make this not be text anymore. We're going to make it be an image soon enough. Then the first thing you want to do is you want to just make sure that you fix this kind of stuff that later will be unfixable. Okay. If you're happy, and you don't need to do all of them, I'm doing more because I'm showing the demos, but if anyone has something that's not working for them, give me a no. I'm seeing Shelly and Libby are saying no. So yeah, how can I help? Oh, I guess those no's were about something else because you both.
That was an old no.
That was an old one, and now everyone's saying yes. Okay, that's why I tried to first clear my answers. Yeah.
Can you show me how to put the, I guess, type font like on the side instead of going all the way to type?
Since you have a different version than me, go ahead and share, because I think maybe you're seeing it different, you know. These expanded panels, when you're on a small screen, on a different screen, on VDI and on a Chromebook, which is all the things that are happening to him. If I keep showing it my way and he doesn't find it, then still need to. So
in order to change the font, I have to go here.
Yeah, that's confusing. It works, but it's confusing. So yeah, get out of that mode. Click away or something, and notice that you have on the right side, your properties, layers and libraries are collapsed, right? So head over to that little panel, go way to the right, and you can see your mouse way on the right. Yeah, and if you go up to, there's a tiny little double-headed arrow right above that. Yeah, right above that, click on that and expand it. There, now you have your properties expanded. So now go to the properties panel, up, up, up. And here you have, this is all the panels that I've been working on. Now, that said, in order to get every single thing that I've been working, that I'm gonna be able to show you, go up to the workspaces, way up, above the word libraries. See the libraries, go above that.
Oh.
Yeah, now above that, there's the icon, click on that. And for we're working with typography, well, go ahead and change to typography. Down, down, down. Yep, there we go. And it's going to give you a different set of presets. Now go select one of the fonts. And now as you can see on the right side, you're getting all of you go down, right, the big panel on the right. There you have all of the font, down one more. There we go, that's Myriad Pro. There's your font choices and you can change from here.
Okay, got it.
Right, there you go, so that's now gonna be looking like mine. Cool.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so let me share my screen. All right, so that's pretty crucial to always keep in mind to do that. I'm just noticing that it's been a while since I gave you the link to the Padlet, so I'm going to post it in here again. When people drop in and out, they lose their chat. So I'm just putting it here again so that if you have a chance to do screenshots and stuff, you can be putting it in here. And I'm seeing quite a few of you guys doing that with the work we've been doing. You might want to start doing a little bit with the new stuff. Okay, so Adobe Illustrator. Well, yes, before I start, Moni.
So just a reminder, you were going to talk to Sal about the things that he posted
in
Padlet.
Oh,
Like
so
how he made it.
Oh, that's true. Let me spend a minute, less than a minute on it, because now I'm my timing. But anyway, yeah, Saul, we wanted to know more. Are you there? We wanted to know a little bit more about, oh, look at that.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did the image trace yourself too? You're fast. I was the two things that you posted, which were the truck and this thing here. I'm pretty sure that you did this one because it's one of the things you do probably even for a real company in Ventura. I don't know. And I can see how it's done. But my question was, you made all these different ones here. Are these like things that you're creating? Are these tutorials that you're following through? Are they, where is this coming from? Because these are amazing.
Yeah, those are practice that I have in my past years.
Oh, okay.
That I learned how to do it and working a lot and practicing a lot with pen tool.
Great, because he practices, you guys. He's out there doing stuff, right? And
Yes.
so then he learns. And so here you just put 4 different artboards where you put, or 2 in this one, 2 in that one, you put 6 different examples. And yeah, it's very inspiring. But I remember at the very beginning when I first met Saul, he already knew some Illustrator. He wasn't a total beginner, but all of his objects were completely loose and, you know, that kind of thing. And one of the first things he did immediately, learned it in one time, was telling him how to group and put them in separate places and whatever. And that certainly eases you when you're starting to get into bigger, more complicated things. So if you're looking down here at the one that's called S-Box, when you open that group, he has another group, which is these 2 pieces, another group, which is like the bottom, another group that is the top. If you were to open that one, then you'd have, so grouping things helps you then move things around. These are closed, so I can't tell. But again, with the fish, you have two layers of that one. And here it is, one is there. And then the text and stuff like that. So you want to, oh, in this case, this whole fish has its own little groups, but then that fish is inside of the group called fish, which includes the fish and the text right there, okay? So then you make it into one thing that you can move around all the time. If this one were to be printed in a place where suddenly you don't have that long space, you want to make versions of logos where maybe you need to fit this in a business card that instead of that someone wants to make it vertical. If you're tied to that, this is how it is, you can say that, nope, nope, don't change it, this is how it is. And that's fine. You can do that with kind of like self-contained logos. But once you have text on them, many times you want to give an option where if the text is there, or maybe it'll say sailfish plus plane right there, or maybe it'll say sailfish, not sailfish plus plane right there. You know, you don't want to move around the logo, the positioning of the fish, but you want to be able to be more flexible with text and in its positioning, because then it can help. And yeah, so wonderful.
How
Thank you.
about the car or the truck? How'd you make that? Was it all just shapes?
It's just the shapes. Yeah, you use just the shapes and combine the shapes and put them all together.
Yep.
Okay.
It's just hard work, elbow grease, and
It's just, you know, Daniel, it takes only practice. Don't give up. And I'm telling this to everyone. Don't give up. Practice, practice, practice. It's the time that 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month from now, you're gonna be able to do something else better than this.
Yeah.
I don't know about better.
That eagle on it's pretty dope. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the thing is that if you really look down at this one, it's simple shapes. This one in particular is, you know, square, rectangle, one on top of the other. There's some compound paths here that we didn't really completely explore here. There's a little logo that came from somewhere else that he probably did somewhere else, or maybe he put it here. It's the hand 3 times, you know, the fist. So this one of all the ones you showed is the simplest one, right? Because it's just shapes that we know how to make, put one on top of the other in the right place. The others needed a bit more of a combination for stuff, but you all could make this one today. If you wanted to, you can replicate this one with everything you've learned
Oh
here.
yeah, that's a piece of cake.
Do some of these, you might need a little bit more practice because he's got a bit more flow, but yeah, basically.
I mean, for instance, like the G right there, like the one that Diana is showing, it's just a G. You just cut off a few on top.
I was gonna say
the triangles there.
I was going to say this one is something you could make after today's class. When I'm done, you'll see that this is something that you can make. Others might need other kind of work, but we're going to alter. This is a letter that's been altered, and that's exactly where we're heading. Okay, and then you'll know how to do something like this. All right.
Teacher, the class finished today, but we have I don't know, the second part or other class for continue learning this. No.
I would love that. I would love that. We are negotiating with the media arts department to see if we can teach some more advanced levels of these classes. And I'm looking forward to teaching 3 levels of Photoshop, 3 of Illustrator, 3 of whatever. We're negotiating that. It's not happening yet. When we do that, one of the concerns is that then students would come only to our classes and not do the, you know, the credit classes, which, you know, they need students too. It's just that you learn in a very different way. I think both are valid. Some people want the degree and need the whole thing, and some people just want to learn to just do their own thing, which is what these classes are. So right now, no. Right now, what you do is you take the same one again, like Saul has done or Moni has done, and while I'm showing you the basics, you twirl around and work a little bit beyond that. Because if you look at the posts that these students who have done the class a few times, you're going to see that the end result is at a higher level than the ones who are beginning, but they don't just stop at the basics. They keep looking and playing and finding out. And that's what you get when you take the class a few times. You get more ease with the basics, and then you can play around with other stuff. Which brings me, and I wasn't going to do this, but since you're at it and some of you weren't here at the beginning, these are my classes for the spring session. And I'm heading down to the design area. And I'm going to do a digital design techniques, a digital newsletter and digital magazine. So a lot of layout is going to be happening in these two, and using InDesign. And then in the media arts department, I'll be doing 2 Photoshop versions, a Photoshop for web design, web coding, and responsive web design. You will notice that one that's not here is Illustrator. So in the spring, you know, we have to cover a bunch of other stuff, so there's no Illustrator.
Is your Photoshop in person or online also?
Yes, and the Photoshop, for the first time ever, there's 2 versions. One is online only, the Friday mornings, but then the Monday, Wednesday mornings one is in person and online. It's 5 flicks, meaning you can come to the classroom and wake room 3, or you can be on Zoom and I'll be on Zoom in that classroom, helping on hand the people who are there and helping online the way I'm doing here. So it's both. And some
Okay,
days
cool.
you might want to, some days you might want to come in person and some days stay at home. That's okay. You can do that in that class. It doesn't matter. Okay, so that's this one. And it's 2 different CRNs, but say that you sign up to take it in person and then one day you want to attend online, that's fine. This is the same timing. It's one class, Monday, Wednesday mornings. Okay. So that's that answer, but no Illustrator. So Illustrator, I will do again in the summer and probably again in the fall, which I'm surprised. Illustrator is always so full, but they needed to make space for these guys that I haven't taught in a while, a couple, you know, so they wanted me to do these, which is ironic because these are the web classes and you might notice they're all only in person. Something to do with the bureaucracy and the paperwork, that this long story, but I'm going to make an exception. And for people who want to attend these, I'm going to have my Zoom on in the classroom anyway, because this time I did it for my Create Compelling Contest class. I stuck to the fact that it had to be only in person. And of the 17 people who signed up, only, 7 showed up and then, or 5 showed up or something like that. It was ridiculous because people weren't noticing. So yeah, I'm going to keep it going kind of HyFlex on both. So, and I've been teaching this HyFlex mode a long time. I've been doing it already for the last year and a half or 2. So yeah, it works pretty well. All right. Illustrator. All right, so let's keep going with what we're going to do next. I told you that you're going to be able to do that logo that Saul did. And let me show you how we're going to do that. Choose one of these. I don't care which. Choose one of these and copy it. And which one should I go with? Maybe I'll go with this one. Copy and paste it over here on your second page. This is still text. I can go in there and make this be world, right? I mean, it's still completely text. It's editable text. We'll leave it there. And now we're going to copy one out. And this one, we're going to turn it into objects that look like letters, right? So we're going to create this into something that becomes a graphic. It will not be editable anymore by any of the text tools, which is why I said first you want to just get your kerning right. Oh, I forgot to show you something, by the way, before I do that. That was the kerning, which is letters in between. But then beyond that, you might want to also expand the spacing of the entire word. And that's this one here, which is tracking. And so maybe I would want this whole world, all the letters get spacing in between to make something work better or worse. So you can also might need to do that because after you did this, maybe something might have been too closed up, and that's the tracking. Okay. And then the other tools that are underneath that I wanted you to see that last time we didn't see, this has to do with when you're writing more words, the distance between letters, that kind of thing. You can turn it all into upper lowercase, and there's just all the other stuff you can do there. You can play around with it. But right now, we're going to just do something, which is take this out of the world of text by going up to type. And by the way, you can do it this way, type and then create outlines, or handy dandy little choice here, create outlines. And I don't know in this version, I'm going to go to my other computer where I still have my helpful hints. If I write something here, if it gives me the quick choice for create outlines, yes, it does. So if you have the little tiny box that these are helpful hints right underneath the text, then you'll see a T that's kind of like outlined by a stroke. That would be the create outlines word. So anyway, I'm going to hit create outlines right there. And oh, wait, there's one more weird, I'm going to undo. Wait, there's one more thing that I could show you. I'm going to make one more copy, and it's kind of funky, but I'm going to do it. So I'm going to go with the, there's only one tool that if you have typed, you can still mess around with each word a little bit. which is if you click and hold, nope, it's not here. Where would they have that tool? I guess it's not something that's very used, but they had it in the Essentials Classic. Let me see if in the Essentials Classic, when I go to the type tool, yeah, it's the vertical type. No, this one, it's the touch type tool, Shift T. There we go. So now I know how to get it because I didn't remember the shortcut was. I'm going to go back to typography. And if you now click on Shift and T, you have this little box at the bottom of your T. See how my tool now has like a little box that's a T? That got me to shift the touch.
So we have to switch it over, then switch back, or?
No, I had to go find it. I didn't remember
Oh,
the
okay.
shortcut. How you can stay here and just do the shortcut because it doesn't appear here, the touch type tool. But if you click, if you have, you're in your type tool and you now go Shift and then type the T, right? So Shift and then type the T. My mouse now, it has that little kind of box with a T inside of it. It's a little bit gimmicky, but it's a quick way to keep this as text. So I'm going to select my W and see how it comes. It's this one is text still. And I can then modify it with this bounding box, which, you know, bounding box, they can make things taller or shorter or skinnier. Oh, sorry. Let me just rotate it. Let me put my mouse right outside of it. I have so much other stuff here that it's a bit hard. I'm looking for there's a little tiny little circle there. I can rotate it, and everything else is respecting its spaces. See, it doesn't make a difference. I'm going to select this one and I'm going to make it really tiny, for example. So I'm going to just push the O in. And then I'm going to move it. I'm going to drag it up there or put the O right there. And then the R, I'm going to do some other funky thing with it, right? And I'm going to move it there. So the funky things I can do are just inclination and size. I can make it the scale. Now I made it flat and weird, and it doesn't even look like a D anymore. Or I can make it long and skinny, right? Or I can make it. So out of the blue with that tool, I was able to do this. But the main part isn't so much what's the funky thing I can do, but it's the fact that it's still text. So maybe I want this to be the word whirl, right? And so I'm going to take the O and I'm going to put an H and an I, and see, it's, you know, and I take the D out. So it's still text. I can still edit and make it work. Okay. It has not stopped being text. Versus, and I'm going to go back to this, the bottom, in case someone already did the create outlines. If you hit this one to make the create outlines, this is not text anymore. And that's a big difference. All right. Before I continue, questions? Yes, Shelley.
I'm not really understanding how you got the little T to connect.
Yeah, so select the type tool. Select the word that you want to work with first, right? Select the type tool. And then hold down your Shift key and tap the letter T. And you shift to this shape. In fact, you could be on anything as long as you select the word, and just Shift T gives you that tool. Did you get it now? Shelley? Yeah, okay. And once you have that, you can point to anything that's type, okay? And the modifications are just what you get with the black arrow tool, which is basically just twirl, expand, contract, fat, thin, long, tall, right? So that's all you can do. But it's really, it's a, you know, easy way to modify this while staying it in type mode. We can do exactly the same thing with what we're doing down here, but we'll not have it be type anymore. So if we want to change this word, or if we had a typo or something like that, we would be able to do that. All right. The third copy, and if you didn't have a third one, go back to the original one and copy and paste it. And let's go over here to the third one and then hit the create outlines. Okay. Once you hit the create outlines, we're going to, I'm going to leave a copy of that one too. First of all, I'm going to go take it to the layers. just to show
Sorry,
you.
Diana, I missed the create outlines twice. I blinked. Where do I go to create outlines?
If you hit, if it, let me, I need to undo it because once you have it as create outlines, you can't, but I created the outlines. There we go. So, nope, this is already an outlined. Let me just do it again with this one. Copy paste. This, when you have text, then in this case, the choice is down here in the properties panel, or you can go all the way to type and there's create outlines.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Diana, I don't have active the create outlines. It's in gray, light gray, like not available.
If you select text
Yes.
and you go up to the menu that says type, you should be able to see a create outlines.
It's not available to me. I don't know why.
If your text has already been created, then it's not available to you if you've already done it. Like if you did it once, it's outlined. So just that before I have you share. If you did it once, it's not type anymore. So it's not available. If I go to type, it's grayed out because it's already been made into outline. So if you did it even once, that's already outlined. Okay. But if you didn't, then yeah, I can have you share. But the giveaway is this. Watch. In my selection tool, if I hold on to my one that's still text, I have a big bounding box around it. I have a line underneath on the baseline. This, and then I have that little antenna that we use to turn it into area type. That is still text. Versus this one that is not text anymore, just has a bounding box around it. That's it, a simple bounding box. It doesn't have all of the other type things that type would have. Okay. This is text. It has this big box, and this is already outlines. So does yours look like it has this box and it's still not letting you create outlines? In which case I'll stop and have you share.
No, like the second one with the non-pin.
Okay. Then you've already created outlines, which is why you don't have created
Okay.
outlines of it. So you're good. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna actually put this, make a copy to, I have so many choices here. Let me make a copy over here because I want it to be isolated. So this is the one that's not text anymore. Okay. I'm gonna put it over here. So what can we do with something that's not text anymore? First of all, it's still moving as one word because when you first create outlines, that is grouped. So as all the grouped rules that we saw, we can either double click, double click, double click, double click to isolate one of them. And then, for example, change its color, right? And then hit the escape key or these little double arrows, that arrow right there to get back to out. So I'm gonna hit the escape key. And then well, because if I select the entire group without doing that and I change the color, the whole thing will change because anything grouped, that's why some of you guys had the whole world turn blue suddenly because the whole thing was grouped when you chose the color. So if I don't want that to happen, I need to isolate each one or I can ungroup it, right? So if I ungroup it, the moment you ungroup something, it's still grouped at first. It's everything is selected. So the moment you ungroup something, you need to click away and then click again. And now you see that I only have the R or I only have the W. Okay. So when you do this, be careful because if you're still trying to keep this to be relatively word-like, you might want to have the same baseline. But if you're happy with having this be kind of like the other one where things, you know, work inside of the other because you're just playing around or whatever it is that you're going to do to this thing, then that's fine. You don't need to worry. It depends on what you're trying to do. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is show you how we can modify things. Who remembers if I had a circle here, let me just go with another shape so it's a bit more interesting. I'm gonna go with a star. If I had a little star here, if I have my black arrow tool, just like with that, I could just squish it or twirl it or something like that. But if I wanted to completely change its shape, I would have to go to the white arrow tool, remember? And with a white arrow tool, I could click in here and grab the anchors and begin to do whatever funky thing I wanted to do, or grab the paths and make it go in and out. That's from like way hours ago in our class, days ago, right? So you create the shape you want, and then with the white arrow tool, you move it around. Or with the curvature tool, you go ahead and you make a new point, and then you curve it, you know, and then you make another arrow and you curve it. Or if it's a curve, you double click it, it gets a curve. So anyway, that's my quick reminder of that. So now with any of those tools, I can grab any of these letters and begin to modify it. So I can make this one, hold down the shift and hold this anchor. So first you need to select it. Then you need to click on one anchor. Then you can begin to modify it. So it's not double click, it's selected. Click any anchor, I don't care which, an anchor. And then you can begin to modify it. So here I'm going to make the L really long, for example, that I can move that in there. Then I can, okay, and you begin to see that whole like how so might have modified that G. Okay, so right now I'm just kind of having some kind of funky fun with that. And I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to bring this in here. And I'm going to select these things and bring them down. I'm not sure that's going to work because it makes the W a little bit weird because this is in the way. So I'm going to move that over there. Anyways, you can see I'm just modifying in a, you know, kind of funky way. And I did that. Or I'm going to bring another one. Let me select. You could never do this to actual text. Let me move this out of the way. The reason I said that you could incorporate the world that we just made here, you can get rid of the O, and you can bring this guy in here and have it just one of the many possibilities you can do. The little world in there, right? So that's the only reason I told you to bring it into this.
I'm not able to pull the anchor.
Okay, so you need to have first you need to have made it outline, then you have to have your white arrow tool, then you'll select a letter, and then you'll click on an anchor. And the one you click on is blue and the rest are white when you first do that. Okay, so let me show you all the tips again. You select the shape. But if you were to grab this right now and move it, it still moves everything. You need to then isolate one of the anchors by clicking it one more time. Then you can begin to modify it, right? And so maybe change the W to be completely different. Or you're going to add paths by using the curvature tool, and you're going to add a little path in there.
I think the problem is I don't have it highlighted or whatever. Underline.
Outline it.
Yeah, outline.
If it's still text, you cannot do any of this to text. Let me hold on, show you a couple more ideas of versions of modifications that you can do for people to play around with, and then I'll start helping people individually. But don't forget that there's this like effects tool right here, which might also allow me to maybe do some weird stuff like I don't know, ocean ripple. Nah, didn't do much. So if I say, okay, I've got these little ripples going on. There's a tool that's not here in this mode. Let me just show them to you, because for those of you who are comfy changing tools, if you go to classic under this one, there's like the warp tool, the twirl, the pucker. So I can go over here to the scallop tool and, you know, kind of mess around the corners. I didn't select that well, so that one's too intense, but I can go to the twirl. The twirl's always kind of funny. I'm gonna go in here, make that thing work. And if I make a quick little click, or if I click for a long time, then it becomes really twirly. But I'm gonna first select just one so that I don't do it to everything. And then when I come to that, then I can just make only that one twirl. That just people who want to go and change their mode. Otherwise, I'm going to go back into the typography mode. And the only effects that you have, because under that tool, there's nothing else, then you can find these kind of effects, which they do exist. Here's that same tool. I think the twist is equivalent to the twirl. Twisting it a little bit and then saying okay. So anyway, you can play around and find other stuff that you can do. But instead of doing it this way, I'd rather you guys, with everything you've learned, select it with these guys and then select the paths, make them do what you want them to do. So I'm going to double click to make it into a curve. And then I'm going to put another path in here and just bring it in, you know, just playing to make something that is very different from what you started with. So I'm going to curve that in. And there I completely altered my W, right? So one last thing before I start helping everyone individually. If you want to move this and keep it in this order, it's not a group. So you would have to select it all at the same time to move it, or you would have to regroup it, right? And if you regroup it, which if your intention is to keep it in the same baseline, then to work individually with each one, you would have to double click, isolate it. And then in here, you can keep doing whatever you want, right? If something like this happens, this has to do with the compound path, just don't worry, you can select the shape that's inside of a compound path and you can move it up or down, or you can make this be also, like that. And so you have a very different D. Then you have to hit escape and kite and start playing around with them again. So if you want to keep them together, if not, you have to disconnect them as an ungroup. All right. Yes. Before I go to Libby, Daniel had asked something and I said that I would help him. So can you share your screen, Daniel? So play around, make yourselves some funky worlds. And then if you remember about colors, you can apply some good colors. I'm going to come back with the whole color conversation and gradients and stuff, but make many copies of what you're having so that you can do different things to each one, right? So here we go. All right. So tell me where it wasn't working. Okay.
So I wasn't able to make the anchor.
Yeah. That one is still text. And you have, that one is still text.
Okay.
And you can see, click on it, select it, and see that kind of box. That's a text box. It even is giving you options to change the font. So you need to turn it into outlines, which, yes, by the way, if you go over to the right, that T that has like a little outline on it, that turns it into outline. So if you click on that, outline the text. Now it's not text anymore. See how you're not given choices for text, no choices to change the font. Now you need to ungroup it first, which the choice is right there. And now click away to deselect the whole group. And now you can start working on which one individually. Okay, so now you go and you click on the W and there you go, and click on one little corner. And then you can distort. You might need to approach because you have so many different icons in that one.
Yeah.
Zoom in to be able to modify it. I like it when I do, when it's Halloween, I get a lot of ghostly, drippy ones. Now it's Christmas. Maybe you want to do a Christmas hat on top of the world, but if you, so now what you're getting here, this is a font that doesn't just have a straight, like it's already been, see all the different anchors it has. So when you grab one point, it does one thing. And since it was kind of curvy, it's not the simple straight ones. It's already been modified in a way that it's a little bit harder to handle. So let me show you, I'm going to show you something that might help with what you're doing. I'm going to stop your share and let me share my screen. Because if you started with a simple straight font like the one that I had, then yeah, it all looks, I was showing you kind of like, oh, that's so simple. But once you start with a font that already has, so, you know, the straight font, the straight one is easier because it's got one tip for each thing. But if you started with something that's really complicated, like for example, this one, oh, no, that's an effect. So that doesn't necessarily, I'm going to take the effect off. Actually, let me go ahead and off of this one. So when you have more ripples and things to your letters, you end up having a lot of paths. So let me just reinvent as if this has a lot of paths, kind of like what was happening to his because it was curvy. Then when you grab one to move it up, you're only grabbing that one, right? Which if you're trying to make this into a little cat or if you're trying to make little horns, that's fine. But if not, watch, and this everyone watch. If you have many icons, many anchors that you want to select at the same time, you can do it as if they were objects. I can click over here and drag and select all of these, then go back and move them as one. Okay. So just select, or you can select one, shift, select another one, shift, select another one. Now those three will move as one. Okay. So you can select anchors with everything we've learned, either with a shift or with the, kind of this little catch-all net. And if so, I'll grab everything that's from here to here. And then when I move it up, the whole thing moves up. Okay, because I'm moving them all. Or if I'm trying to move this one down parallel to that one and I move this one, then I won't be able to get that one. Then I just do like that, grab all my bottom ones, which means I can then move all of these at the same time. Does that make sense? You treat them, each anchor, as if it was a little object that can be subset. All right. I'm still letting you guys play around with whatever you're doing, but actually, I kind of like that. I did it out of the blue. If you're done and you say, okay, this is great, and you want to be done, and I'm not saying this is great right now, you should probably group it again, okay? So that then you move it around as one, because otherwise it'll always be independent ones. Now I have these grouped again, so I'm going to ungroup. I want to talk about coloring. If it's ungrouped, you can color each one, right? Boom. But say that I want to give it a gradient, right? And I select them all because I want them all to have gradients. I'm going to deselect the world because I really don't want the world to be part of it. Just to make it easier. Yeah, the word is kind of complicated. Let me, come on. I'm in this mode where it's thinking of it. I'm going to undo Command Z. Okay, I'm going to move this out of the way because it's got so many paths that it's a bit of a complicated icon. And so I'm going to move it out there for a bit. I'm going to select all these. And if I apply a gradient, the gradient will apply individually. I'm thinking of something that happened from one of you guys who, I think Vera, today, yeah, in the post you posted these. So she made the 3 little circles for the flame, or ovals for the flame, and then she filled them with the gradient, each filled individually with the gradient, right? So that's what's happening here. When you have things selected, it's like each one gets that color. Either each one becomes pink or each one gets a gradient. So if what you're trying to do, okay, let me move something down again. I love it when you guys post things because then I see things that when it's appropriate, I'll mention it. So if what I wanted to do is a gradient that includes the whole thing, I have to select the group. And remember when we made gradients, I have to treat the whole thing in order to apply the gradient with the gradient tool, which we got it from the gradients. And see, the problem is that each one had its own little gradient. So what I need to do with the gradient tool is the whole, all the sets have to be looked, and then I need to click and drag across like that. And then I managed to get the whole thing to work as one, right? And then I'll put my ocean in there again. My ocean, my world in there again. Okay, but that's, so in this case, what I'm going to do to separate and to not always be selecting this, I'm going to make only the letters a group. So I'm going to go shift, click, shift, shift, shift. I've left the world out and I'm going to group that one, right? And then now I can go play with that gradient and I can say that I want different, gradients and different colors and stuff like that. If I wanted to change my gradient, I could do that. Go gradient options and suddenly make this one be green, right? So there it's beginning to change. All right, I'm gonna get out of that because I wasn't necessarily trying to show you gradients, but I wanted to point out to that. So now this moves as a group, but then I'm leaving my world behind. But I want to be able to have those separate from that, but then all together. So now this is one group. Okay, if I go to my layers, now I have so many, it's hard to see. This is my group that I just made. See, I can turn it on and off. And then here's my ocean, or call it ocean. So this is one group and that's one group. So I can make another group by selecting this. I group it again. And now I have one group, right? There it is, that has a subgroup of the 4 letters and another group, that's the world. So now that's a group within the other group. So I can double click, double click, double click, double click, double click, isolate the R, and then play around only with the R because I want to fill it with, I don't know, a pattern, right? But I can still hit escape and move them all and do it as a group. That doesn't work at all for the R because I can't see it. Maybe if I gave it a stroke, it would contain it. And let me see if a mini stroke might contain it. That one stroke. No, we're a little bit better. They're gonna do something weird like that that has white spaces. You gotta give it a shape. Okay, so yeah. I'm gonna save, and next person, Libby.
I haven't been able to convert the text to a
All right, so
individual.
Share your screen. Meanwhile, you guys be posting your stuff on the Padlet. Okay, so the fact that you have a baseline under this D already, like under the word, that little line, that gives it away that it's text. When you click on it, it's text again. So now you need to turn this into outlines, which you have either in that little handy dandy little box that's appearing in the bottom that says impact and whatnot, or go up to the word type. Yeah, if you want to find that one, then it's the one, it's a little T that looks outlined. That one, you outline the text. There you go, you've outlined it. But it's a group. Hold on, undo that. You've outlined it, but it's a group. So if you want to work on all of them at the same time, that's fine. But if you want to work on them individually, you have to ungroup, okay, first.
Oh.
But if you're fine, because at first you're doing it all to all of them, just know that when you first outlines, that whole thing is a group. So now you ungroup it. Cool. Now wait, when you first ungroup, the selection still has everything in it. So click away to unselect everything. Now you can click each thing individually. So select the W. First, you need to select the text. No, select it. Good. Now, if you make it bigger or smaller because you're in the black arrow tool, go for it. Right? And if you want to play with the anchors to distort it or change it, then you have to go to the white arrow tool. Oops. Yep. There we go. Very tall and skinny one. Okay. So the black arrow tool doesn't give you access to the anchors. All it does is make it skinny, fat, tall, short, or skewed. So change the white arrow tool, and then you can begin to click individually. The anchors are the little blue ones. So first select one anchor. Select one. No, select an anchor first. Click. Then click.
I'm having a hard time.
Click on an anchor. Click. No. Don't drag it. Click. Select it. Boom. Click. There you go. Once they've been clicked one time, now you have separated them. Now you can go and grab any anchor and begin to work on them.
Got it. Thank you.
Right, that's it's like 3 clicks. One to select, one the letter, the word, one to select one anchor just to kind of disconnect them, and then another click to begin to grab the anchor and move it around. So it's 3 separate clicks, which is the only part about this that might be a little bit weird. It's like, how do you get to that, right? You have to use that, those selections. All right, Shelley.
When working with the individual anchors, is there a way to not have the handles pop out? Can you just?
If the handles are popping out, it's because it's curved. It's curves, and the handles pop out when there's curves. You want to I'm not sure if that's your question, so go ahead and if you want to share your screen so that I can
Yeah,
see.
no, that's my question. I'm making it.
Okay, yeah. So then that's it. So I'm gonna now share my screen again then, if there's no other questions for the time being. And back to Illustrator. Yeah, so if you have a shape that has any kind of curves, right? When you go to the selection tool and you begin to touch any of them, that is an anchor that is let me just change the fill so that it's easier to see there we go. So it's easier to see this is why I use orange and yellow so much. It's easy to show you the little blue things. So if I click on an anchor that's just 2 straight lines, that's it. That's just the anchor. But if I click on any anchor that is a curve, it comes up with the handles. Yeah, that's like because it's showing you that it's a curvature. So in this case, I have a straight line and a curve, so it's a hybrid. So when I select it, actually this one's cleaner, then this has no handle because it's straight, but this side has a handle because this is the curved side of it. So I have a handle there. So the moment that there's a curved coming out of your things, the anchors appear. If you want to handle them separately, hold on to the option key and then you handle only one of them separately. And by the way, when today I was showing, someone asked about how to make those flames. And I said, you can either make 3 of these and join them, or say that the flames from the rocket, say that you started doing that to then make it this way, right? And you kind of start doing that to give yourself the other one or something like that. Say that that's what you were trying to do. Then I'm going to double click to make these be straight lines. And then these, I like working with the arrow tool. I can just make them just a little bit thicker if I want them to be round, or I can make them be a tip so that they're actually very sharp, right? So it depends on what you want with them. So if you want them to be sharp, sharp, sharp all the time, you can do that. Or you can let it be a little bit more rounded. And then that's what you get with that. 3 little more rounded kind of flames. Okay, so it's a choice, but that's how you would, I prefer the tippies of the flames to be a little bit less sharp. I think one was further in, one was further out. I'm not trying to remember. And then it had a gradient applied to it. Okay, from what I remember in the original one. So, but this is making it from scratch versus doing the 3. The 3 shapes and joining them, which is actually, to review, having 3 of these the way Vera did it, and one more, and I think one was they were a little bit skewed or something like that to make them a bit wider. Then that, if you then select all 3 and use the Pathfinder tool and join them, this is what I showed at the very beginning for people who were missing, and then I give it another shape, and then I use that with a Pathfinder tool to delete that whole thing. Then I fill it with a gradient. I think it was this basic gradient, but the gradient goes left to right, so I need to go to the gradient tool and make it go like that, and there you go. You kind of have your little rocket. I kind of prefer it with the sharp edges, but there you go. And then you go to your white tool and you go, okay, now let me really reshape this a bit more because I'm not sure I like that, or you can turn this one to a sharp one, you know. So now you keep finding a way to make I don't have it in front of me, but it was kind of like this. Not remember how much it was. Okay, there we go. So both ways, creating it with joining or drawing it out, play around with distorting would be your right way. So that's just a little bit of review of what we did at the very beginning. For people who were here earlier, I was showing how to make a shape that has 2 different things. I have one more thing I want to show you before we're done, and we're going to be done in 10 minutes. So everyone, tell me how's it going with this? Any questions about this stuff? Amy, is that the same hand from before, or is it a new set of hand? Is it a new question? sorry, not Amy, Shelley. Why did I say Amy?
That's an old hand. Sorry.
And okay, great.
I have a new hand.
There. Yeah, you have a new hand.
Okay. When I got to the gradient in world, and it looked like a gradient, and then I touched the tool on the left side of the toolbar. The toolbar shows a gradient, but my swatch shows it in only a yellow.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen because that is not something I can handle without seeing exactly what you're talking about. Oh, yeah, this is yeah, that's a crazy tool. The one that you have there with the.
So I have not touched the palette down here. I touched this one and it gave me these
So
copy.
ignoring the fact that you have that other tool started down there, which is a mess that I'll have to show you later how to get rid of it. The way to get all of these to have one color is now with your mouse, go back to your no, go back. Go, okay, click on the fill. Oh, I know why. You're in isolation mode. You're in isolation mode. So hit escape. So you get out of isolation mode. So you get the entire, so hit your escape key or, back. Okay. Now, if you look at the fill, you see that you've got the gradient. Okay. Before you were choosing one of the colors. But if you want the world to have all one gradient from W to D, then you have to click your mouse now that you're on the gradient tool and go hit click and drag from W to D, and then they will apply to all of them. So yeah, you can start in the white. Click and drag, and there you go. And so it all becomes, each one of these lines belongs to one of the letters, right? But the whole thing, the whole gradient, the whole thing has been included. If you wanted each one to be different, then here you can make it go from bottom to top. Maybe you want all the letters in the bottom to be.
This can be changed here.
That's if you change individual gradients, right? So I wouldn't touch the individual ones anymore right now. If you want, go ahead and click your mouse at the bottom of the letter R. And now click and drag up to the top of the letter R. So now you're moving in that direction, or vice versa. You start at the top of the letter R and go down to the letter R, then it's going in a different, you kind of move it around.
So it'll go in different, okay. All right, thank you.
Work on it as a group. You're welcome. Since they're all filled with the same gradient, if you do want to modify the gradient, you have to open that swatch, open up the gradient tools and change the yellow to the green, and then all the greens will change because the swatch is the one that's being changed, not the individual letter. Okay. All right, so Moni, either you're watching something else or you're really excited about what you're doing because your face is like, whoa. So hopefully it's your Illustrator. I can't hear you.
I'm having a lot of fun.
All right, so I'd love to.
It's crazy.
I know that you enjoy this kind of stuff, so I want to see what you guys are posting, to see what you guys are up to, right? So share again, and that's
Spare me.
Here we go. So see what you guys are doing. Nice. Okay. Oh, very pretty what you did there with the world. So look at that, guys. He fit the world, but then he made a nice little space with the letters to let it in, right? But it kind of works because of the font he chose. That kind of is part of what the only thing and I only talked to Saul a bit beyond what you guys, because he has so many, he's developed his skills so much. But over here, Saul, you see how the W has a little squiggle? You probably have an extra anchor there that if you get rid of, you'll be able to have it be straight. Maybe it's just the screenshot that's squiggling, but I'm seeing that it's not a clean curve like this one is, right? So you might want to get in there and retouch that. But yeah, wonderful, wonderful. And I love that you picked up, oh, I didn't show you that. Thank you for doing this. He picked up the colors of the world we all live in from the actual piece of art. And that made it all look really clean, right? So let me, and by the way, your world still is carrying that weird kind of line over there. Separately, you might want to move it out of the way, ungroup it, select that little line, delete it, and then group it again and put it back in, because that line comes, it was one of the things that came in with the world. Anyway, so let me show you what he just did as far as colors, because that's I had forgotten that I hadn't shared that with you. So say that I want the colors on this thing to be, yeah, let me move all this stuff out of the way. Let me bring one of these over. And I just don't want to keep making different words. So say that I do this and I want the colors to come not from where I'm inventing them, but from this, okay? So the good news is that I can select each one of these letters. Let me just ungroup them, that way I don't have to go into isolation mode. It's okay, let me just deal with them independently. I'm gonna select one letter. I'm gonna get my eyedropper, and I'm gonna go ahead and make this one be dirt. Let me just zoom in a bit more to see which one I'm choosing. So that maybe will be the dark blue. Then I'm going to select this letter and make that one be one of the greens. Over here, I have one that's only got 2 colors. I'm going to select this one and make it be the gray. Oh, I had the right. This one is this one I'm selecting now. So make it be one of the grays. I think there's a different tone of gray in there too. I think there was a deeper gray somewhere and a lighter gray. Yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, it looks like I have a light green available. For the last one. I think somewhere over there we had a light green. Yeah, click around until I try to get that light green. I have to zoom in a bit more. Go to the ocean. Oh no, it was a gray. No. There's there's 2 tones of gray, 1 green only in the version that I brought in. Oh, but there's a different deep blue that I probably haven't used. Okay, so now I've used every one of these tones that's available, right? So that looks kind of cool. This isn't black, it's the deep blue. Okay, so that, I mean, they're not in an order. If I had put in more like dark to light, the colors work from there. And if I want to then use them later, right, I would have to select each one, go over here to my fill, and then make this into a new color. I'm not going to give them names right now, but if I want to be able to not have to grab them from there each time, I make this into a new swatch and say, okay, each one of these can be a new swatch. But that kind of a little bit, you know, it takes its time. What if you have, you know, 85 swatches there? So let me undo all I just did and show you one more thing, which is really cool. We're almost at the end. Say that I did want to pick up all of the colors that are in there. And I didn't want to go one by one, especially if there's many. So I'm going to select that shape only, right? And then I can, it's not in the right click, so let me make a swatch. Oh, is it because it's, you can make a swatch from the selected colors. Let me, 143. Let me grab, do I have a world here again? No, over here. Grab that, I'll post it over here. And I don't have the recolor. You guys have it down here, but there's all the stuff you can do with recolor that I haven't shown you yet. And you guys have the one that's artificial intelligence. This one in 2023 doesn't have that. If you do the recolor, you can pick up from here like all the colors and maybe make all the colors change by playing around. I just forgot to show you the recolor tool, which is pretty cool. And say that I want to make each one individually change. Anyway, so that's kind of a tool that you want to play around with. But also, you can then use the color theme picker and click on this. Let me click on that one. And so now it's picked up all of these tools it's giving me a little theme from all of these colors, right? So it gives me those colors independently, and I can then turn them into swatches. Let me go back to the other one over here. Oh, is that? Oh, I had the colors over here. So the tool for color theme is, where do we have a color theme? Maybe it's on the typography settings. Go back to the Essentials Classic, and one of these is the color theme picker. Where are you hiding, color theme picker? They are hiding it somewhere. That's blend mode, which I haven't shown you. I don't know exactly where the color theme choice is right now as far as a tool. But anyway, there's a tool somewhere it's hiding that is the color theme picker. And yeah, you could select that recolor and it'll show up as an option to recolor. And then at least right now, there's the color theme picker is right there. And I can make these colors, save them as a library, and they would all show up as tabs in the library. Anyway, just wanted to show you that this little set here of colors that they chose comes from all of this, which isn't necessarily very cute together, but it is. Okay. I keep showing you stuff because there's so much, but you know, at some point we need to stop, and you got to show me what you've done by posting it. And I'd love to see you again, not in Illustrator next session because I'm not teaching it, but in the summer, or next session in all of the other design classes that are possible and available. I don't need to run, so if you need to run, it's been a pleasure, and it's been
Wait.
great and enjoyable.
So
But,
is this the last class or?
but this is the last class, so I'm staying here
wow.
for questions, but this is it. For today, this is it. Yeah, school.
Will we
Saturday.
be able to watch the videos like in the
Yeah.
future?
Yeah, we're closed. The whole school's closed for the holidays as of next week. And the videos and the links and all of that will be left live for you. Usually they stay live until the next time I teach the class. Since I'm not teaching in the spring, you guys will have it live up until the summer when I teach it again. So you guys have a lot of time. The links stay live anyway, by the way. I never do make them link, but I will erase them to start a new one. But if you download those links, they'll be there forever. They're up in YouTube and I'm not taking them down. So you can go back and visit them all the time you want. That's not part of the school pipeline. That's a YouTube link. But you would have to download that page with all the links and keep it around to be able to click on the links to go to the YouTubes. You could also in YouTube subscribe. It's not because I want subscribers. I don't, these are all private. But if you go to that and then you see all the videos I've posted, there's like 350 videos that I've posted from all these classes. It's not very useful because unless it was your class, what do you know you're watching in the middle of nothing, right? So it's not like, but if you want to, I'm saying then you can go through that list and then click on the ones that are called
How would we be able to download it again? Like the whole chart?
Yeah, so let me share my screen and head over to here. And if you go to the class, right, shared drives, oh, I'm here. You go to the class and open up the shared drives. This is the file that has all the links, right? The one that by the end of today, I'll put that one in. So you can go ahead and download it from here, or you can, I think the best place is just download it from here, either with this little icon or right click and download like that. And then there it is. You'll have this whole thing available to you. And then you can click on these links to your heart's content up until whenever you want to. As I said, you won't have access to all of the handouts after I teach this again. All of the rest won't be available. So you're welcome to download them now. But the links per se, I'll never take down. Well, I never said never, but in the last 4 years, I've never taken them down. So if you were to click on the link of the first class I taught, it's still live in YouTube, right? So that'll stay live for you.
So it's on shared drives or?
Yeah, shared drives. when you go over to
Sure,
Illustrator Drive.
Cool. Got it.
You should do this not inside a VDI though, because if you download anything in VDI,
Yeah.
it's gonna go into your VDI computer. So sign out of VDI first and then open your regular browser, go to Pipeline, Google, and then download into that so that the links download into your personal computer, okay? All right. I'm going over to the dashboard to see the other stuff you guys are posting. And meanwhile, anything else you want to ask or do or show or share or anything?
I have a question. Well, I know it's not, I don't think it's related to this, or maybe it might be, but for like an SVG file, would we still have to do like the same thing for that, or do we have to?
Yeah, I have some SVG files here. An SVG file is an export, is also a vector file from Illustrator. And you can open any SVG file in Illustrator. Let me share my entire screen because I have some SVG files in my Bridge, I believe, that I can open. Otherwise, I might have them in the bowels of my computer. Let me go to Bridge. And I think in the digital sign techniques class, I have some SVG files. Do I have any SVGs over here? Pretty sure I had one at least. Let me go sort by type. And okay, that didn't help. QRS.
Oh, they're on the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. So this is an SVG. So as long as it's an SVG, it will also open in Illustrator, right? But if I'm not sure and I'm not inside a Bridge, which I haven't taught you Bridge, you could right click on that, tell it what to open with. And by default, since it's an SVG, it'll open in Illustrator. So here you go. This is an SVG and it's exactly what we've been doing. This is a group. If you ungroup it, you know, so yeah, an SVG is basically a vector file that can be handled inside of Illustrator.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you were working on an Adobe Illustrator file and perchance you wanted to upload this whole thing, which you wouldn't, into the internet, say that this is a logo that I like, I'm going to select it, I'm going to copy it, make a new, God, it has no color, but anyway, paste it. I have so many artboards. I could then save as, or export, I'm sorry, export the selection, I'm going to say, because since I have so much other stuff, export this selection only. And I could save it as an SVG. I can go over here and say that what I want it to be is an SVG file.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was on the format.
Yeah, so go to, I wonder if I can also save as an SVG. Let me see, because sometimes, yep, it'll allow me to save as an SVG. So I go over here and give it an SVG. If it's, you know, whatever, world logo, and save it as an SVG. And if it's type, you have to cover line. It's already converted to outline, so it doesn't need to, because you can't have type be part of an SVG if it's going up into the internet. And now there it is. Now this file I can use, and notice that in the asset export, it's just this. Even though I have 5 artboards, this is the only thing. If I were to upload it to the internet, then this would be like transparent like that. See, where whatever it would show through. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, glad you asked. I haven't shown SVGs before.
So then for SVGs, for the digital class, do you teach it more in there? Or is it more just like a general
no, you're right. It depends. Here's the thing, depending on who's in class and how much time I have and how it works, I might go ahead and have time to work with SVGs or not. I haven't spent much more time doing SVG work in this class. But I'm modifying what I'm teaching. Consider that the whole set of things I'm supposed to teach you changes all the time, but my class outline and what's my structure and my syllabus doesn't, right? Because although the internet changes, that's been set in time. So I still have to cover what I have to cover, and there's all these new things. So I do my best to begin to bring things in as best as I can. And yeah, so I have not spent much more time than just mentioning it. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, by the way, because I just changed the little world logo. I just went ahead and gave the little R a bit of a space to give it space in the way that Saul had done. I like it better. All right.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, thank you.
So I should have, had you asked me about SPGs earlier,
Mhm.
not your fault. Had you asked me, then I would have gone, oh yeah, and I would have told you a little bit more. I spend a lot of time exporting in
Mhm.
Photoshop and in digital design techniques. Actually, I do spend a lot of time talking about how to export and save your files. And I think I covered every kind of export from digital design techniques. Probably the only one I didn't cover is SVG.
SVG, yeah.
But I went and showed people how to do export into everything. So, but it's just that it's a save as SVG. Okay, so it's not like
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering just because I got the what's it called, the portrait silhouette, so I was like, I don't know how to work a SVG. So okay, so I kind of got an idea of how to do that. Okay.
The
Well,
vector file that you save as into it, and then you can still use it exactly how we've been doing in Illustrator. But
yeah.
on Illustrator, SVG is something that's a bit more it's open source, and so you can open a different vector program and an SVG versus an Adobe Illustrator will work only with Illustrator. And so you can work on that in other vector based manipulation programs. So that's one of the reasons you might go into SVG. And if you want to post it or put it in anything that's going to be on a screen or mobile, you would want to use that.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
Well,
just
thank you.
It's another format, but there's nothing special to it other than that it's more flexible to other stuff.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for teaching me slowly, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deanna. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome, Libby. I'm glad. I hope you feel better. I'm so sorry about the COVID.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better, but I am pretty tired right now. So I'm going to work on the rocket over the weekend, if that's okay, and then get that off to you.
Yeah, I would love that. I would love to see more rockets from you guys. Okay.
All right. Sure appreciate it. I'll see you next semester. Have a great holiday.
You too. Take care, you guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
So
I had one more question. So
Yeah.
you said there's a certificate or something like that.
Mhm. Yeah, this class is part of a certificate that's called, I believe, digital imaging. I'll look it up online. Let me see. And you need to take Photoshop, Illustrator. No. I think,
Oh, you need all of them?
it's 2 Photoshops and digital design techniques.
Oh,
are
okay.
the ones you need. But then Illustrator is one of the choice classes. So let me see. I know there's a link straight to it, but SBCC, School of Extended Learning Certificates. Actually, CSI Career Institute. Let me add CSI because we're in the Career Institute of Learning and Career Skills Institute. There you go. Complete, click to request your certificate here. Digital badge. I want them to show me the ones certificate catalog. See all the certificate available certificates. And here you go. So I think this one is the basic digital imaging. Let me see. I'll open it. Adobe Design Program. So it's Illustrator, Photoshop, Image. No, this is a different one, which they're actually not teaching that one right now because there is an issue with some of the classes. I think here, digital design, I think, basics. Let me see. Nope, this includes digital camera, Illustrator. Because it might be because it tells you how many are. This is 3 courses required in 1 elective. And I think the required ones are Photoshop. Yeah, this is it. Photoshop.
Oh, okay.
Digital photographers and I believe digital design techniques. I think those are the required, but why doesn't this make a difference of which ones? But yeah, I think those are the 3 required. And then you have to have 2 more electives and so, or 1 more elective. So Illustrator would be one of the electives. They might have reformatted it. Which one? And here they show when and what each one is taught, but here it says required. Here you go. Here you go. The required,
Okay, cool.
required, elective, required, elective. That's where they put it. It's so hard to see. I should have bolded it or something.
Did you put that link in the file here so I can grab it? I want to do the same thing in your comments. Thanks.
It is. There it is.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
You're welcome. Okay, great question. Thank you. Thank you, Danielle.
Thanks.
I'll probably show this more. It's hidden in there in the bowels of our website. So I need to find a way to link to it and give it to people. say,
And
"Hey,
then is your in-person and online Photoshop both the same time period, right?
yeah, yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
you did say there's two different ones, but
Yeah, because I'm teaching it's crazy that they set it up this way. Normally when I teach two Photoshops, one is at the beginning of the semester, one is at the end of the semester, but for
yeah.
some reason they're running at the same time, which I am
Oh
really
wow.
not happy about. So from January 26th through March 1st, every Friday, this one's online. And then from March 29th to February 21st, this class is happening where you can be online or in person Monday through Wednesday. And so it only takes 4 weeks because it's twice a week. And it goes from 10 a.m., which I have never started a class at 10 a.m. So I have no idea why. Typo, I don't know, from 10 a.m. to 1:25.
And the other one is 6 weeks?
And this one is once a week for 6 weeks from January
Okay.
till January 26th. We start the schedule very late this year. We
Got it.
don't start until that week. We have many weeks. We have like 4 weeks of break, and then I'll wait to March 1st. So it's once a week on Fridays, 9 to 1:45.
Cool.
Okay. You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Thank you. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah, that's true. Happy everything. Just happiness,
Yeah.
right?
Not sure what it is, but happy holidays.
Happy school break.
Yep, there you go. Alrighty. Have a good one.
Bye, Danielle. Bye, Moni. Bye, Vera.
I just wanted to say that, I mean, I know that the classes are in the works, but I love these classes. And if they can be longer, more weeks instead of just quarters. Oh, I mean, I just feel like we get to the nitty gritty and then we have to stop. And so yeah.
We have the way the outlines are done. This is a 20-hour class, 25-hour class. So sometimes it extends to, 2 hours every day for 10 weeks as it used to be. But lately to fit things better, people don't want to attend 10 weeks in a row sometimes. So then they are scratching them into 3-hour classes for 6 weeks or 4-hour classes and less, so they're just kind of playing around with that. Some people see that and go, oh, sure, I can handle it for 1 month. But then others look at it and go, I can't take a class for 5 hours in a row, even if it takes only 3 weeks, and they just want the other one. So the way they schedule it is giving us a chance every time different. That's why I don't know why they Photoshop on the same exact time. That kills me. That's going to divide the number of students, but never mind. Very few people can do 3 times a week. And it will be the first week repeated. Then I'm going to move faster with the ones that are twice a week than the other ones. It's going to be a bit of a mess for my brain to know which I did and what. I might have to create 2 separate sets of material so that my brain doesn't get confused. If I 2 separate sets of material, then I'll remember you guys. I'm doing the moon with you guys.
Well, I try to take as many of your classes as I can. And I have to say, I mean, granted, Illustrator is my favorite, but I also and InDesign because you can do it. But I'm taking the Photoshop because I figured that's an important thing to know. And I mean, it's now been a year and I feel like I'm still just scratching the surface. So there's so much to do. I love the classes.
There's so much more to learn. These classes teach you all of the most important basic tools, but there's tools within tools that I can't even begin to approach. But also I try, like this time I didn't do the blending modes. I didn't do, like each time I try, I spend a lot of time on recoloring. Other times this time I just barely mentioned recolor. There's only so much I can cover, right? So I try to address different parts, which is another reason when you take a class a few times, you learn more, not because I repeat the same thing with the same files, but because I focus on different parts to give repeat people a broader knowledge. Yeah, because
Yeah.
And
It's-
yeah, so sign up as much as you can, especially when it's your second or third time around. You sign up, even if you can't make everyone, you can still follow the class. It's when you're the first time you see it that it's hard to be missing classes. But if you know you're going to be able to make 4 out of 6 classes, then definitely sign up again, because you'll know enough to, you know, jump over the hoops and still make it work. And that's more for everyone else. I could have said this before to the rest. But anyway, that's great. Thank you. I'm so glad to. When I teach the basic Microsoft courses in the credit department, some people just light up when Excel shows up, and other people are like, oh, Excel.
Oh, I love Excel.
Access, and they're like, why in the world did you just see Access? And others are like, oh my God, this is great. So like you just see different people hit what works for them, right? And so yeah, everyone has the thing that is there, and others just like everything or nothing. And they're like, oh, I'm just gonna go swim or something. So
Well,
yeah,
thank you. Thank you so much.
you're welcome. It's been a pleasure. Bye,
Happy
everyone.
holidays.
Bye, Maria. Bye, Anaí.
Bye. Thank you for all, teacher. Bye bye.
You're welcome. I hope to see you again. Take care.
Sure.